Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome back to another Brighter Shores live stream. We're on what, day 17 now? So today I have about 6 hours on the dot pretty much. So let's see if we can still get 1 level per hour. As our goal today, ideally, though I'm not sure if we'll reach it in 6 hours, but I sure hope so, is to go get, well, 6 levels. Which is 1 level per hour to try to get to the next passive. So that we could then either +5 boost there or simply just on the beetle, probably +5 boost in order to go get the scrap metal there, as it is a better resource and I'm pretty sure slightly better XP, though not by much, but it's a way better resource. So ideally we get to level 40 so that we can start passiving that with a +5 that we have banked, and we will be good to go. That is pretty much the game plan. We still have the standard loop as we have been. We did get a 4 times legendary fish for the first time. I guess we'll go turn that in around the time of the lobster. Right now we're just building up all of the bass, which looks like we have like 1 more to go do, which we'll easily get on our next inventory here. But yeah, we got 6 hours. Let's go and try to get 6 levels. But regardless of how many levels we get, I do need to stop in about 6 hours from now. However, that might be exactly how much time we need, so it might actually work out perfectly with my schedule today. So let's hope so. But that is the game plan. Get to there, and then obviously tomorrow we'll be able to go do Jade Piece. Regardless of where we end today, we will be able to do Jade Piece tomorrow. And tomorrow's stream's whole goal is pretty much to get to Jade, and then the following day would be tier 8. And then we really get to see how much it starts curving. So far it does seem like it is a little bit at this higher level range, given that, you know, we have like such a better thing now. Yet we're still like barely scraping by like the 1 level per hour thing. I guess some of it's also because of taking some fishing bounties here and there, which of course is slowing us down to, you know, go do fishing bounties. Probably should stop doing them soon. Oh no, it just feels so tempting with the board just sitting there. It's like, ooh, I should go check it out, see what's there. Like, obviously, if it was like a 1.5 miles away, I'd be like the cooking bounties. I'd be like, it's not really worth going all the way over there. But, you know, when they're just staring you, like, a few tiles away, it's like, you know what, it wouldn't hurt to go a few extra steps to go check it real quick, see what's going on with it. But, yep, that's pretty much the game plan. We are coming pretty close to the final stretch. As of this Saturday, we will 100% be at the final 100 levels. But, of course, those final 100 levels are the very, very, very slow ones, so we'll see exactly how Tier 8, Tier 9 works, as we haven't really gotten to experience it yet. While we do have some skills at Tier 8, we have none at Tier 9, and even the ones I do have Tier 8, we haven't done them enough since the Milestone update to really know exactly how the curve is going and everything like that. So, you know, we haven't gotten to experience any skill in Tier 8 yet, despite having a handful of them. So, we'll get to see that soon. It was anything like the end of Tier 7, oh gosh. It's definitely getting harder at 8 and 9, that's for sure. But hopefully we can still finish it out in about 2 more weeks. Try to reach about that 1 month, you know, milestone thing. Depending on what you count a month. I'm kind of counting a month as what? Like, probably like 30-ish days. But technically you could count it as like 31 or something similar. But we're basically counting it as like 30 days. See if we can get it in within that time. And hopefully we can. If not, it's not that big a deal. You know, if it takes a few extra days, it's not really going to matter that much. So hello, Natalie. Welcome, welcome, welcome. That's the game plan. Go get our 6 levels today within 6 hours. If we don't get it, then it's fine. Otherwise, yeah, I only have 6 hours today. So we'll pretty much go that full 6 hours and or until we reach level 40, whatever happens first. But realistically, I think 6 hours might elapse first. But we'll find out. We'll find out. I don't know, the XP rate here is not that bad. The starfish are definitely helping to carry. The only issue with my starfish route right now is I'm only grabbing 3 of them rather than 6. One of them is really, really far away, and the other 2 just kind of ruined the banking loop. Because I would have to do a weird back and forth banking loop, which I'm not sure is better than what we're doing now. At least not at this level range. Maybe when the limpets are upgraded and everything. But that's pretty much our end goal, is when we reach that 40. So they're not going to be upgraded at any point in the stream, unfortunately. So I'm pretty sure we're just going to be sticking with this route. One nice benefit of this route, of course, is all the potions that we end up getting. We get XP pots for the chapter, we end up getting healing pots, and we end up getting our best combat pots. So a lot of good stuff that we'll end up needing in the future for various stuff. Unfortunately, a lot of it I can't process yet with our alchemy level, but, you know, we'll be able to at some point in the future unless they completely overhaul the level distribution again for, like, the billionth time. But assuming they don't completely overhaul all alignment on alchemy again, we should be okay. Also, I am considering dropping the 1 bass today just so we could try to get our levels in. And dropping the 1 double bass in favor of maybe going up and grabbing the 2 starfish. and then like double back into the path. The only problem with that is we have to walk back even further if we end up doing that. That or we could go try something a little bit wider where we go from bank to bank and try to see how that ends up working out. The only problem with that is the limpets 100% will not be upgraded, but we could do a little swirly swirl in the little middle area here and try doing it that way and then go into the single potato, which honestly, that's actually kind of sounding pretty nice. I might actually go for that. You know what, let's go give that a shot and see what happens with it. So we'd swirl potato and then we would go back into the other... The problem is, when we go back to the bank, we are going to have like nothing on us when we go to the initial bank. But I might go try... Oh, that's why I'm here. Let's see. Do I have anything here? Oh, good thing I checked. I didn't realize we didn't check this hour. Nice. And you know what? Maybe we grab the mana rays here too. We have the inventory for it. Almost. I don't know. Is the mana ray worth it? Dropping one of these? Oh no, it's not that much more. Let's leave it as is. But yeah, we got 2 legendary fish. We need to go start catching some of these. Let's go get them right now, actually. Let me go turn in all my, I already know what I'm gonna do. Let me, quick fishing distraction. Wait. wait. Quick fishing distraction. Wait. Alright, let me go put all this away. Let me go grab, what do I want to do here? I guess we bring in all the bass first and then do the other thing. So let me first, that's not bass. Let me first go grab our 1,000 bass. Let me go grab all these, turn these in, get all 4 of these in. Take whatever else is on the board that's relevant, and then we go wide sweep. The only problem is one of them's a salmon. Salmon is not in our normal farming area. Grenard is great. Also, this is the first time we've seen it 4 times, by the way, as well. We've seen the 3 times, but first time on the 4 times. We can kind of see the reward disparity between them as well, which is, yeah, pretty solid. Alright, so, first things first. Let's go turn all these in, see what other synergies we have, grab everything that isn't completely awful from the board, and then, yeah, let's go get our 2 legendaries. The only problem is they're both very far away from each other, so we're going to waste a lot of time just walking, which is one of the biggest downsides of taking, like, any of these bounties, is, all the walk time, since they're not, like, in a gameplay loop, they just keep infinitely looping. There's a lot of walking in between where you're, you know, not gaining XP or anything. In Merchant, that doesn't really matter as much because you're turning in for such high value. But so far for a lot of the other bounties, it hasn't really been that same kind of value curve. Where for Merchant, it's definitely worth, you know, all the movement to get to where you need to be. But for a lot of these other bounties, not so much. Okay, we got a lot of COD turn in. However, our number is very awkward to try to get that many, so I'm probably just going to ignore every COD task, I think. So we're going to ignore all that. We'll take all these. Let's go grab our legendary salmon and our legendary other thing. So let's go grab those real quick. Grab our double legendary fish. And then I guess I'll pick up the mana rays while we're there and just turn them in just so we don't have to worry about it. Because we can't hold on to them. We can't bank them. Hello, Tyrion. Hello, Jets. Welcome, welcome. And yeah, we are still doing Gems of War later tonight as well. So why am I walking this way? We're still going to be doing that later tonight at the normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's one of the reasons we only have 6 hours, because I have some things I need to get done between the 2 streams. Including eating. But some other things as well. So, yeah, we'll be going for about 6-ish hours today. Oh yeah, I forgot to get the bait. Let me go get the bait. So we'll be going for about 6-ish hours today. Then we'll eat, do other stuff, and then still have our normal other stream later tonight. As well as the next few days. That's not what I wanted. I came here for the fishing bait. I need 2 of them. First time we'll ever actually need 2. Let's see. Go to withdrawal items. Go to fishing supplies. Go to there. Grab 2. Okay, we should be good to go. 1 for the salmon, 1 for the other one. So far our main strategy for doing these has literally just been put the bait in and then go right next to where they are. So like right here, go out of the water and then simply go straight back in, and it's been working really well. So place the bait here. He'll end up getting attracted to it. I'll go reuse an XP pot here, or maybe not because, okay, maybe I need to go a little bit further. There we go. Okay, interesting. It is based on number of tiles even if you're outside the water. And it looks like it's 2 tiles then. You have to be 2 tile distance, even if you're outside the water. Interesting. Alright, let's go grab the other one, which is right on coastal. We'll just go south, grab our 6 mana rays while over there, and we should be good to go. But yeah, it looks like it's 2 tile, even if you are outside the water. So he'll probably spawn right around here or so. Yep. They seem to spawn at the same location every time. They seem to have like a static spawn of some kind. Let's do it right here. Should be able to get them. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll go right over here. He'll come over to it. We'll go right over to him. And there we go. All right, let's go get our 6 mana rays and let's go turn these in since we can't bank these. Oh, we are at the XP curve. Let me go use our thing. We might even overhit it some because it's giving 4 times the amount of knowledge. So let me go and use that right here. And then hopefully we could turn it in before it finishes. So we'll use a bigger potion. Obviously, we'll be putting this onto Forager, as with all of our knowledge during this entire grind, pretty much. So we put that in the Forager, we put that in the Forager. All right, let's go grab all the mana rays. Probably grab 1 extra spear unless we want to go and catch the other one quickly. Then we go to Hopeport, turn all this in. Should be able to get it in the 11% effect as well. And then we're good to go. And then we go back to Forager. Fishing we will mostly be ignoring today, I think, other than what we're doing right now and obviously taking our lobsters. I kind of want to try to ignore the fish to try to boost up our Forager a bit more now that we're starting to get to the final stretch. Also because we already have 1,000 of that one bass as well, which obviously isn't like infinite for Chef, but you know, that's a pretty solid number to end up having for it later down the line. Well, let's go hopefully get a fishing level from this as well. No real fishing goal today, but hopefully we can get 6 Forager levels. Is the main goal of today. But let's go get all of this turned in, and then go back to Forager route for what should be the rest of the time. I guess if we're near the message board, I'll still keep peeking at it. But I don't think we're going to do anything below 2-star. We might do the bash just because it's kind of on cycle already. Oh no, we'll see. For now, we'll turn this in, get both of these in, or all 3 of these in with the 11% bonus. All of which are a higher rarity as well. We're turning in a 2-star, 3-star, and a 4-star task. I think it's the first time we've ever gotten to do this, as well as get a double legend like this. Alright, so let's go and turn these in, turn in the bigger ones first, so I think we'll get them all in time. Nice amount of fishing XP. Not as much as a single venture, but still pretty solid. Alright, there we go. Now I have 1 random mana ray. I'm just going to drop it. It's not worth banking 1 or selling 1. Let's drop that to the ground. Claimed it for its XP. Alright, and let's go back to normal Forager loop. Our bounties have been cleared. We'll probably be keeping it that way. I'll probably just take the 2 stars or higher from the board and then just ignore the rest. Would be perfect if lobsters were ready right now. Unfortunately, they are not. We'll need to get them on the next hour and just get like 1 billion fishing XP when we do. And yeah, let's go back to the normal loop. XP pot's about to expire. Perfect time to go reuse another one. And now let's do Forager for the next 6 hours then. But we're going to try some different loops here, I think. I'm going to go try going a little bit wider, maybe do the circle, go from there. I need to see how many of the hogberries is. The problem is I'm going to take hogberries, I'm going to see its XP drop, and then I'm going to come straight back here. Because its XP drop is definitely not going to be like 16,000 or something. It's going to be like 14,000. Like, it might even be worse than the shell. Like, at best, it's going to be 15,000, but for how much we have to go out of our way to go do that cycle and everything, not sure that's going to be worth. But yeah, we're going to do a little bit of a different route this time. We're going to ignore the fish and do a loop back circle. And then we go back to the beach route through the bank and see how that ends up working out. The problem with that is I don't think I'm going to grab that many nodes on our second route, as we don't really have a way to re-loop into anything that would give us enough nodes to get there by the time we get to the bank. But we'll see how it ends up going ultimately. So we will take everything in this room, but we'll end up taking the starfish last because we're going straight into that cycle then. So we'll take this, but then go back over there to go grab potato, 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 hogberry, hogberry, hogberry. Maybe something else if we still need something else to go and offset our inventory, which, will we? Let's see, what is 6-6 or 3-3? Let's see, 3-3. Yeah, we can offset a little bit with limpet, I guess. We can limpet offset a little. Unless we want to grab triple potato here from the other room. They're not giving the best of XP, but they are giving higher knowledge, which is nice. Also, I need potatoes to some degree more than 0, so this is a great opportunity to finally get some of them. If I do 3-3 here, yeah, you know what? I'm going to grab 3-3. I'm actually going to grab the triple potato while we're in this loop, because there's no way the other loop can end up getting it. I'm not going to use this double tool. We'll save that for the shell, I think, because we're going to have exact inventory here. So we're only going to use 1 double during that section. We're already hit the 2-minute mark, and we're still not back at a bank quite yet. Though the other loop goes like 10, 20, 15 seconds or so without doing that as well. This one's going to go a little bit longer than that. What we're going to do now is grab the 3 hogberries. It should be for first time bonus as well. I don't think I've grabbed them yet at tier 6. Oh, no, we did. Okay, never mind. I lied. Oh, no, these are still the previous tier. Oh, wait. We still need 3 more levels before this gets upgraded. Oh, no. I didn't factor that in. I knew the limpet wouldn't be until the end, but I forgot. We need 3 more levels before the hogberries are also upgraded. Oh no, is this worth it without the upgraded hogberry? It might not be. And maybe we do go back to other loop. But now we grab the 3 limpets. We'll grab this limpet, that limpet, that limpet. How much are we getting for these? Ah, only... That is so bad, though. This thing is so under-leveled. Not even 10,000. Yeah, I don't think we can get this wide loop until we get that little bit higher level. And then this would allow us to grab the 3 starfish and then go all the way back to the original set. And I will actually grab the really far 3rd one. Does it feel like on this set it might be worth it? No, that's still so many tiles. That is never going to be worth it. That is just so far away. Yeah, I don't think this loop is worth. I think we stick with our normal. And then we would just take everything going back then. The problem is this is going to be a partial turn-in. And some of them are just too far for what their value is. And they're not leveled at the moment. If we're level 37 right now, maybe we'll try it again at 37. But prior to then, I don't think it's worth, unfortunately. Compared to just staying on the beach and, you know, doing the same cycle over and over again. I am still tempted to drop the bass, though. I think we can make every cycle while still dropping bass. And we could always add the double starfish if we wanted to. It's a little bit out the way, but it's also our best take that we can do for XP, so... Even though that 3rd starfish, or the 6th starfish, I should say, is too far away. I think we can still get away with the double. Yeah, this is the problem right here. Look at how little our inventory is filled. I'm about to turn into a bank here with only, with like 6 empty spots. That is way too many empties to end up having. If this was a full inventory, this loop wouldn't be that bad. But 6 empties is just way too many to be returning to a bank with. Alright, let's just stick with normal loop. Except this time we're dropping bass. Which means I will be going to the bank with not a full inventory. We will normally be 2 or 3 items short. But we'll be getting the cycle done quicker. So much so, we might even be almost able to do it within 2 minutes. Oh, let's see what it comes out to. Because we're going to save all the time of not needing to go for the bass. It also makes our clicking here a lot smoother because I can just click these manually. Before we, or auto, I mean. Because before we had to manually click in between the things. But if we're not taking bass, one nice advantage of this is, yeah, we can just lazy click the whole room. Because we don't need to do really specific pathing to get to the bass. Which is probably the biggest upside of skipping that bass. Is it makes the default just click everything route a little bit better. But yeah, if we want to offset that double bass, since we're at a really good level range for it, I think I'm going for it. We can grab double starfish from the room to the side over there. The only really weird issue with that is this room will almost be respawned by the time we do that. This is going to be a little bit awkward. Technically, if we dropped everything, the route that we could end up doing is grabbing all 3 of these starfish, dropping everything, then using XP pot right here. And then we'd be in cycle to go take everything again. But I do want to keep everything we have for alchemy later. And for that reason, we will not be dropping. Even though it is, of course, better XP by quite a margin. But if I took that 3rd one and then came back to this room, I'm pretty sure this would be respawned by then. But obviously we wouldn't have the inventory to grab it. We'd have to drop to be able to grab. And it looks like our XP pot's about to end at about the exact same time. So yeah, that's definitely worth it then. We're like a few seconds behind compared to the other set, but we're grabbing 2 shells at the highest possible range we could do. Like the 2 starfish. So we're replacing out, it is taking a few seconds extra. But we're taking a few seconds extra to replace out like 16k fishing XP for like 28k forager. So I think that's fine. Plus we end up getting more blue potions later. That does mean we're staying at about 1,000 bass, but that's fine. I think 1,000's okay. Obviously I wanted to grab more than none, but I think we have a pretty good stack with 1,000. That's not going to be all that we need for Chef, but you know, it'll help quite a bit whenever we eventually get there. Because that's tier 6. We could end up seeing over here about how much that is. Let's see. And then just compare it to the curve. How much XP is that total? 1,000 of these little guys. View recipe, no. Grilled, view rewards. It's not like a lot. Honestly, that's only still like one level. Around that level range. It's like a level and a half. It's basically enough to get us. Oh, that's enough to get us to stews, though. That is pretty important. Getting to the stews is still really useful because you can just infinite buy them. So yeah, 1,000 will almost be enough for that, especially if you put knowledge into cooking while doing cooking. It'll be a little short, but combined with knowledge and combined with the fact that you're doing bounties with them, of course. I don't think that's a bountiful bounty section, though. But we would still obviously have the hourly bounties. Oh wait, I didn't mean to grab that bass. Oh no, habit. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start skipping that bass now, I think, for the rest of the stream. Just to make sure we can get the little bit of extra forager. I think we've banked enough bass now. Because all the bass we really need is to go from that level range we just showed. You only need enough bass to get 3 levels so you can get to stew at that level range. And when accounting for knowledge points and bounties, I think we have 3 levels now. With about 1,000 of them at that level range. So I think we have enough banked now. Plus we might still get some more from fishing bounties later. So I think 1,000 is fine for now. And worst comes to worst, we could always buy more of whatever at that level range. I think chestnuts are pretty good there, but they lose like a lot of money. But I think they're 1 step really good XP. But that's why we have the bass, so we can save some money there. I'm pretty sure it gets really expensive. They're like minus like, well, they're minus 100% because, you know, we're keeping them. So that's another thing to factor too. Is cooking is soon going to be like alchemy in the sense that every single thing we ever cook, I'm keeping. Which we have to factor into the cost quite a bit. I'm not sure if they're waving to us or not. But hello, hello. Is he already staying in this room? I'm not sure. Never know if they're waving to me or someone else nearby. Good, hello, hello. But yeah, let me try to remember to not take the bass now. It's going to be hard to unremember. But I do want to start grabbing double shell instead. Just because they're at our best level range right now. It might not always be worth it in some future cycles, but at this current cycle, it is definitely worth it. Especially with how much tier 6 bass we have. Which means for the rest of this grind, other than for tasks, I might not even need to take the bass anymore. Because we already have a pretty adequate number for chef when combined with bounties and knowledge points. There's 1,000, a little over 1,000. Should hopefully be enough to get 3 levels around that level range. And of course, Chef always has stuff to offset, even if it doesn't. Like, if we truly had to, we could make bacon sandwiches around that level range, which I believe are still profit. But then again, if we're keeping it, it's always minus money, though. I need to keep remembering that. It feels weird to look at Chef that way. It's one of the reasons I want to wait before we really go all in on Chef. Because it's the same reason why we're not really doing fishing through any means other than the ventures. We just need to know what the foods are going to do before we know what to prioritize for Chef. Like, what dishes are we going to need to do more than others, everything else. Like, we can look at it now at the current state of the game. But if all of them are going to be consumable later, that's going to drastically change how we want to route Chef. Whereas Alchemy right now, it's really easy to go and prep for. And be able to have it all set up by the time we get back from our trip this summer. Which is pretty much my game plan at this point. Finish out, like, our long-term plan right now. Aside from, obviously, doing whatever the updates are whenever they come out. But our long-term plan right now is obviously finish Monument right now. So we can go get our 3rd venture slot. So we can start getting that nice, juicy XP every single day. That extra little bit. That starts adding up to be a lot of XP over time. Like, literal dozens upon dozens of levels per year. But beyond that, we're going to be getting that, get our forager right now, get our venture slot from that. Then I'm probably going to go and AFK combat in Mines of Matubin on the 4 enemies we were talking about earlier, mostly the 3, but technically the 4, in order to get all the reagents we need from Mines of Matubin. I would also be passiving along that area probably into combat in order to get all of the AFK supplies. So we don't need a lot, mostly just like 24 hours worth, maybe even like 12 hours worth. But just so we can end up doing these, because they're in a little bit of a dead zone, so to be able to skip a level at those areas and use the 11%, 12%, so on and so forth potions on them is going to be the main idea. Because during all of our AFKs that we do from Forager, we're going to be getting both the strong, or the boost level potion, but we'd also end up getting the 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 Hopeport XP potion. And that Hopeport XP potion I plan to use on the Mines of Batubin one. But to be able to do that, I kind of want to get all the passive supplies from that chapter. Which I believe you only need 1 now instead of 2 or whatever it was before. So that should be a lot easier just to target down those at those level ranges that are applicable. And just get the material we need and then AFK with it. Unlike a lot of other AFKs that end up needing 2 components in order to go and do them. But we'll end up getting those from combat then, after we go do all of the combat alchemy, essentially. As soon as we do all the Mines of Batubin alchemy, we would end up getting our merchant stuff from our extra ventures. So I'd end up getting that to a decent level range, and then level it again once we need to get to next tier, as we need it for tier 6 and tier 7 mostly. We eventually need tier 8 and tier 9, but that would require a lot of merchant training, which I'm not sure if we're going to align those correctly or not, but I don't know, we'll see. Might just go heavier into 6 and 7. But we might be able to get a little bit into 8. And 9, we shouldn't really need that many of, just because it's all the way at the end. 9, oddly enough, is probably the least relevant Chronopolis potion as far as grapes and cinnamon sticks are concerned. For 2 reasons. One is brick and tile might exist by then. But also because the potion that you do for alchemy is all the way at the end, so you don't get the benefit of using it for next tier. Because the whole benefit of getting a lot of excess for this potion is, oh, we can just use it for next tier. But there is no next tier for the final one. You would use it for 7 levels and that's it. So out of any of them, it is the least consequential one. There's also a chance that we get so much supplies from Mines of Batubin that we can just do that potion for the rest of the way as well. Given that there's not really that many levels you would need beyond that point. So, yeah, we wouldn't really need that many supplies. Obviously, we would because it's tier 9, so we'll need a lot in that regard. But as far as, like, the level range that you need it for, it's only 7. Whereas all the other ones, you could use it for, like, 30, 40, 50 levels and it'd still be fine. So, tier 9 cinnamon sticks and grapes, we don't really care about. We care about 6 because we're on it right now. We care about 7 because, you know, we'll be on it soon. We care about 8 if we could stretch goal to that, just because, you know, we'd need that eventually. But 8 is the final tier where cinnamon sticks and grapes would matter at all. Ironically, tier 9 is actually not good for it. Also, I keep forgetting to grab the 2 starfish. I'm doing this route so we can grab the 2 starfish, and I keep proceeding to forget to grab the 2 starfish. Let me try to get it this time around. I'll be more focused on it this time. Alright, let's see. How many levels did we get so far? Okay, we're actually on pace right now. We have gotten so far half a level in half an hour. So this route might be perfectly on pace for like 1 level an hour. I'm not going to bother doing the math, I don't think, today to try to figure it out. We did it on the previous set, but, oh no, I can't be bothered today. We did, like, the exact amount of XP that we would get per cycle, which was 5.8 million in the previous level tier. So obviously we're getting at least over that now. But of course, that's not counting all the upgrades that we've gotten from this section, which should be putting us about 30% higher, which I believe was about 7.5 million, which means, yeah, we are, like, just barely. That's why it feels like we're just barely getting a level an hour. Is because we are just barely getting a level an hour. Based on our rough estimate of the extra increase from before, we should be getting around 7.5 to 8 million an hour, which is exactly at this level range, 1 level an hour. Which is why it feels like we're getting pretty much exactly on the dot level an hour. Because we are! Alright, let me remember to grab the double starfish. I need to start remembering to grab this now that we're routing a little bit different than before. As we do definitely want those double starfishes. Also, I was checking it earlier. Shuno's actually the same level as us. I believe he's doing drop method, though. Because he's maxed alchemy, so he doesn't need to be banking them. So he is going to speed past us. I'm not sure how much quicker drop method is, but if I had to guess, it's at least 20 to 30% quicker than what we're doing now. But of course, comes with the downside of you know, not be able to use these for alchemy down the line. New Terran's World, GOW head. Oh, did they make a new website finally? Do you have the link? Oh yeah, I forgot. You can't post links here. I'll need to go check that on stream tonight. Could you, well, I'll try to remember by then. I'll see if I can find it later, between the 2 streams. Yeah, we need to mess around with that tonight then. If they finally made a new, thing like that. Because we haven't had one in a while. We've been using the spreadsheet, but you know, the spreadsheet only helps so much. I'm pretty sure I'm still going to keep making my thumbnails the way I do now, though. Because I haven't really had access easily to, like, pulling the files, like, before. If they have a website like that, we technically could, but, I don't know, I've kind of been liking how I've been doing the thumbnails lately. It's actually a lot quicker than at any point I've ever been doing the thumbnails. Like, the current method I do for the thumbnail takes, like, 5 minutes tops. It was before with all the file management and everything. It was taking at least, like, 10, if not 15 for some of them. Yeah, let me go try to find that now, actually, just so I don't forget later. Put it as my last tab. Found it. I found the website in question. Looks pretty clean. I'll navigate it later, though. Yeah, I found the website in question. Yeah, we'll check it out on stream later tonight for the Gems of War stream. Got the tab saved. Because the biggest issue with the text document is obviously it was just all text. You didn't really have like images or anything. Which was fine for checking stuff, but it was kind of bad for showing stuff. Because there's just a wall of text in a, like a document. Like in a Word document, or not a Word document, but a Excel document. But we're actually making some pretty good pacing so far. It seems like we should be able to reach our goal of getting to level 40 today. Within the amount of time that we have allocated for today. Because obviously we could hit it if we had like infinite time, but we have about 6 hours to get 6 levels, which I think we will barely be able to do today. Unfortunately, this is the last tier that we can kind of expect 1 level per hour though. Tier 8 and 9 are 100% not 1 level per hour. I'm not sure how much slower they're going to be, but they're not 1 level per hour. I think tier 9 is like 1 level every 2 hours or something. At most level ranges. And tier 8 somewhere's in between, I'm not sure. But this is like the final tier we can realistically ever get 1 level an hour. Which means in total we probably have like 120 hours left of grinding Forager. Which is not a small amount. But we gotta get it done. And once we have it done forever, so we don't need to worry about it later. Oh yeah, I did finally pivot the alt accounts, by the way. They finally went to their, they're finally training mining right now. I think they're like 15 levels away from getting max mining, or Milestone 2 mining, I mean. Not max, but their goal. And then I'm going to go have them get Milestone 2 smithing. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get that Milestone 2 smithing before bounties. But the main reason I'm getting it is because I want to get them there before the quest comes out. As I have a feeling the 7-star quest, they haven't announced it yet. As far as its requirements, but I'm pretty sure the 7-star quest will require Milestone 2 smithing. There's a good chance you'll have to use the new activity that's coming out with the bounties on 2 Mondays from now. Not this week's, you know, not this upcoming Monday, but the following Monday. On that Monday in like, what is that? What days even? It's like 11 days from now or so. In about 11 days or so from now, that bounty that you do for Milestone 2, which is level 100, is probably going to be required to complete the quest. Is you'll likely have to do that new activity in order at some point during the quest in order to finish it, which will require Milestone 2 to even get the task. And if that's going to be the case, then, you know, I want to have them have that level so we can still get the triple down whenever it does come out. There's probably the last quest that might be coming out before our trip, potentially. They're still going to be getting a few out. But that's the most likely quest that would come out in the next, like, month and a half, 2 months from now. Unless they squeeze another one in there. I just forgot to grab the thing again. I keep doing that. I need to keep remembering to grab the starfish. We've been so good at forgetting to grab it. I do have to say, though, banking all these supplies, as long as you don't completely overhaul for the 1000th time, everything, we are going to be so set on alchemy. It's one of the reasons I kind of want to try prioritizing it now before they overhaul everything again for the 1000th time. I'm just scared that before we go train to max alchemy, they're going to overhaul it again. Even though I'm prepping everything for the current set of alchemy. We're trying to remember how many people got messed up from that in the past, from past updates. Like Milestone update and other ones. Because we got affected by it some, but not like that heavily. I think the biggest hit I took, which I tried sending a support ticket for, though I've still never gotten any reply, was about the 50 gold we lost on our grapes. That should have been refunded on that one Monday when they refunded everything, but wasn't because we just sold them out beforehand because they were useless. But I think that's the biggest hit we took, was like a 50 gold hit on all of our grapes. But aside from that, honestly, I wasn't really hit that hard on our alchemy grind. Because most things kind of fell into place. And we didn't really have that much banked. We used most of it. Other than grape and cinnamon stick, just because we had so many. But otherwise, aside from that 50 gold hit, we didn't really take that much of a hit for alchemy grind. But if they were to overhaul it again, now that we're trying to align to this new system, then we would take a pretty big hit. Because everything's being aligned to how it is now rather than, you know, how it was before or anything, or how it's going to be in the future if they change it again. So hopefully they keep it like this at least until we finish the grind by September or October. When we go do like the full 500 alchemy grind. Or at least get our alchemy really high. I'm not sure if we're going all the way to 500 when we go and push it. But we're definitely going to get it pretty high. Because I want to have the boost potions access to every chapter. It just makes sense to try to get them relatively early. Maybe not like the first thing you rush, but you know, having 14% XP pots for every chapter is pretty beneficial. It speeds up everything in the game. As well as having access to those for every future chapter like Stonewall Hill. It just speeds up the process a lot in everything. It's one of the other reasons why we would rush Delver in Stonewall Hill. A lot of the supplies we might drop on the ground, unless they're for Builder or Armor Maker. Like all the alchemy supplies. But the tier 9s we would make the 14% out of. And having that for both Armor Maker and Builder would be very beneficial. It's one of the other reasons we want to go rush Delver. The Engine's probably going to be the most straightforward one to rush. Especially since we can drop half the resources while doing it. What's kind of funny is even though we're doing a slightly different route right now, it's still kind of aligning the doubles to where they were before. Like all the doubles are still lining up pretty much exactly where they were before. Probably because they're still falling in to when their bank time is. Because we're using up enough time whenever we bank that it's making the alignment always realign. Where we'll get a double on one set and then single on the other set. If we weren't banking, we'd have a really weird timer. Like if we were doing drop only. Like where our double is would constantly keep changing. But the extra bank time is always making it so it aligns the same way even when we go for like slightly different route. But the main thing right now being 2 extra starfish is because we're at a really good level range for starfish. We got at level 32 and it's by far the best thing we could touch. It's more than the shell, right? I believe it is. It should be. It's not getting 10%, but it's 15k compared to this, which should be 14 point something. Yeah. Yeah, it's still better. Not much better, but it is better. It would be, like, substantially better if you could use a tool on it. Unfortunately, no tool works on starfish. But the other benefit of taking slightly more of these as well is every single one of these will be a potion at some point. These will eventually be plus 80, 90? 90? I think it's 90. These will eventually be plus 90 blue potions, which are our best combat potion. So every single one that we eventually, or that we grab during this will eventually be a very strong combat potion. And honestly, anything above 80 is already, like, best in slot, pretty much. Like, it does help going a little bit higher. But anything that's at least 80 is already, like, absurdly strong. So all the 80s, the 85s, these 90s, the 95s. Obviously, we eventually get 100, but, the disparity between an, you know, like a 90 and 100 shouldn't be that much. Like, it's definitely helpful, but it's not too big of a difference. If I had to guess, it's probably the difference of killing something like one attack quicker, if even that. Like, there are some battles where you might not even win a battle quicker because of the plus 10. But if you are going to win quicker, it's literally just one attack quicker. Like, it helps, but it's not, like, helping that much. At least against enemies that are currently in the game. Obviously, if there's an enemy that eventually takes, like, you know, 2 minutes to kill, like some kind of boss or something, then it would matter a lot more. But with the time to kill on a generic enemy in the current state of the game, the difference is at best 1 extra attack less. Is the maximum it could possibly save compared to, you know, the other tier that we're taking right now. But of course at tier 9 we will be taking a ton of them. As tier 8 as well. I keep forgetting, I just grab all these immediately, now that we're not taking bass. Normally I stall here so we can get the right tile on the bass for the manual click and the manual click. But auto-pathing, if you're just taking everything here, is already fine. Let's see, we're still slightly under an hour, and we're about to get our next double knowledge point is going to be a level. So yeah, we're still gaining slightly, ever so slightly, over 1 level an hour. Is going to start getting slower though, because the amount of XP we need per level is, slowly skyrocketing. By the time we hit tier 8, we're going to reach a point where it's going to be over 10 mil. And by tier 9, I would not be surprised if it goes over like 20, 30 mil or something. Which is going to be crazy high whenever we eventually get there. I'm definitely going to be very tempted to passive heavy on tier 9, even though we do need to gather a lot of resources. It's just we're going to have to dedicate like a week and a half just to tier 9, I'm pretty sure. Especially if we want to go and route all the resources that we want rather than just best XP rate. Though in all fairness, a lot of them do have overlap. Like routes that we're doing now or similar routes to this are very similar to what we would want to be doing for supplies as well. As Water Lily we can get later with combat. Wall Plant we can get later with combat. Hogberries if we truly need to we can get later with combat, same as Potato. Plus we're not going to need Potato for a very, very long time. I'd rather have the alchemy supplies. It's one of the reasons we've been kind of ignoring Potato for the most part. Because if we had 0 potatoes, but all the alchemy supplies we'd need, I'd be happy with that. So I'm trying to not let potatoes compromise our alchemy supply numbers. This might hurt cooking in the future, but for the sanity of getting 500 alchemy, it would be worth it. But the biggest issue is we just don't know how good food buffs are going to be. For all we know, cooking might be the new alchemy. Eventually. Like, if the food buffs are good enough, it might actually be stronger than alchemy. The factionless man. I wonder where his distribution is. Luckily, it's easy to check now. Alright, let's see. Wait, how does he have over 100? I thought you could only get up to 100 with the, thing. Interesting. Obviously, he's unranked for the other 2 because he's factionless. Not sure how we got the other extra 8 levels. Oh, no. Actually, can he still go up? I forget. I could have sworn Milestone 2 is as high as you can go, but there might be some XP drops in the game that exceed it. He's currently doing the Forager. He's currently trying to finish out the Monument so he can get a 3rd fishing venture. His fishing is surprisingly low for some reason. Being factionless doesn't make fishing any slower. I'm kind of surprised with all the ventures that he hasn't done more. He's been playing for at least a year. And if you were doing a year versus ventures, he should have way higher than level 3 milestone fishing. Chef, he's been mostly ignoring. Alchemy's pretty mid. Looks like he's doing Forager first. And then everything else in Chapter 2 is kind of in the middle area. Chapter 2 is a little bit weird to go through, though, because I believe being factionless, there's a couple areas you can't get to in Chapter 2 that are kind of like quest-locked. You get access to really early, but you need to claim a faction before you can get there. And then, of course, you can't do anything in Chapter 3 or 4 because you have to go in and get your faction before you can get beyond Chapter 2. It forces you to choose one. Very interesting distribution. But for how long he's been around, I'm actually surprised that isn't higher. Maybe he's done like a lot of combat to try to get gear and such. Because combat's basically locked at 2 other than weird XP drops that could probably exceed it. So he could have potentially have done a lot of combat potentially. Alright, level's coming in soon. Looks like 2 more laps. And that means we would have gotten that level in only about 50 minutes. So that level was like ever so partially started though. But it does seem like getting 1 hour is realistic. As long as we do our best to try to ignore fishing bounties, other than the 13-minute lobster coming up soon. Which unfortunately I will not be able to synergize with double knowledge point. That would have been great if it could. It's not going to align though. It would be perfect if it did. As far as unlocks this stream, we kind of don't get any. We do get Hogberry at 37, so we could try that wider loop again if we wanted to try routing that if we really wanted to. I don't think it's worth though. And I don't really care about Hogberries too much. From an XP perspective, I kind of do. As far as like alchemy XP. But from a Forager XP perspective, and do we need that potion? The answer is both no. It's really hard to try to forge a route for them. It's way better combat route. And the other issue with it is, I just don't need the potion. Like, yeah, we could use plus 80 strength for yellow, but in the current state of the game, it is very underwhelming. Maybe when special attacks and everything, but at that point, it would probably just be using the highest tier. As hopefully by then, we'd have the alchemy grind done. We'd have the forager grind done, obviously, as we'll finish that in the next few weeks. So if we truly had to, we just go gather everything we need for plus 100 yellow potions. I don't really care too much about having a lot of the in-betweens. It matters for other potions like healing and our blues because we're just using them so often, as well as XPs. But the yellows we're using so minimally that, realistically, by the time they're useful to us, we only need the plus 100s. There's no point in really getting a lot of the other supplies. That's why I haven't really been bothering too much with Hogberry or Limpets. Because it's one of the few resources that we're gathering from Forager where we really only care about it at tier 9. Bones are another one that's kind of like that, honestly, as well. Where the tier 9 bones we care about way more than any other tier bone. Whereas all the potatoes we care about, all the shells we care about, all the kelps we care about, they're all just making stuff that we're always going to be needing regardless of the tier. As the final byproduct is something that you would consume even if it's not the maximum amount. Because you just need such a sheer number of tens of thousands of them. Like even right now, we have to use 5% because we don't have all the XP pots. Because I can only make the 11%. I can't go and cash in the 12s, 13s, 14s. And even if I could, obviously it would be better to put that on like Alchemy or Chef down the line. We wouldn't want to use it on Forager necessarily. But we are trying to do things that speed up Forager. There's some things that we kind of can't do, like chug 11%, for example. That's just way too overkill for Forager. If we were doing that for Alchemy, that'd be a different story. Also, I accidentally drank that 5% there, but that's not too big a deal. Let me go cancel it. One of the few times we actually get to cancel a potion. But luckily they added that feature with the Milestone update. Very rare that you ever need to do it, but very nice to be able to do it. Alright, there we go. And that is level 35, the first level of the stream in under an hour. Another 5 to go. And we're like right at the cusp of barely being able to get a level an hour. So we might be getting to the point soon where we get slightly less than 1 level an hour. I don't know, maybe we should go do the math again and see what it comes out to. You know what, we're going to do the math. I lied. We're doing all the math again. I got to wait till we're on a 5% cycle though. Because one other thing to keep in mind is when I added 30% to the other cycle, I was assuming we were drinking an 8% during the other cycle, whereas now we're going to be on 5%. So I'm going to do the math based on 5% bonus into 1 loop into how long it takes. So let me start setting up the timer then. Pin that timer, make it a 3. Make it a 3-3 so we have some spare time. Pin it. We should be good to go. Move it a little. If I can get it, come on. I wish this could snap easier. I wish it would stay where I put it last. The problem is it keeps moving. We'll start that timer in a minute. We need to wait till our next cycle before we go and do that. Oh, we got that thing. We'll do that later. We'll do that for now. Alright, next knowledge point has to go to our passive. I guess I'll technically need 2 of those. Though the other one I can always grind off stream. And then again, I kind of can't. I need to have it by the time we go. That's another factor too. If we are within striking distance of level 40, I still gotta have 1 knowledge point by the end. Hopefully it falls in a way where that's easy to get. Because I will need 1 knowledge point beyond, once we actually reach level 40. Because we'll need that to unlock that passive. I will be using a +5 boost to go do scrap metal though, I do believe. And just skipping the other one. We still have enough that we can get away with it. I gotta be a little bit sparing with them because we do only have like 120 or so left. And I'm only gonna be able to make like 10 of each of the other ones. So in absolute most, we have like 150 of them left, I think. Not counting +2s, which we could buy infinitely. As far as like +5s or higher, I only have about 150 left in the lifetime of the account. We're never gonna have more than about 150 more. And I've already used like 20-ish of them on the Forger. So I should probably be a little bit more sparing with them. Alright, let's go start up the timer. But yeah, let's do a bunch of math. The first thing we're gonna do is, actually, we can do both at once. I can do both at once. I just need to write down this number. This number is, oh gosh, 1296. Alright, let me just put it into here. 1296. But yeah, we'll time both at once. 1296, 715. 715. Okay, that's the number. Let me put some commas so it's not like a giant big mega number. Alright, that's what we're starting at. Okay, let's time both of these together. So, the way we'll do this is start this. We'll drink as soon as we hit the thing. Alright. So we're timing it from 3 minutes. The difference on 3 minutes is how long it took us to do the cycle. And the amount of XP gained is, the difference there. Oh, I gotta go talk to him and then move. Let's see, too. Yeah, a couple of people have been mentioning that this outfit looks pretty clean. I had someone ask when I was AFKing the other thing earlier, too. They were over here, we were over here. It's like, oh yeah, well, that looks pretty cool armor. How do you get it? I do feel like the Crown Knight has the best looking armor. Though, Stone Mason, or, Hammer Mage's final tier does look pretty cool, though. But I just really like the whole, given that this class is, like, death damage combined with ice damage. It works so good with, like, the Death Crow mask with the, you know, the icy armor. I really like the appearance of it. It's definitely my favorite appearance in the whole game, so I'm glad we went Crown Knight. And it gets to look even cooler in one more tier, because we're not even at final tier yet. We're actually one below final. They do look pretty similar, but it does get slightly more elaborate at final tier. I think the most notable one is I think the gloves get wings, kind of like how the boots kind of have it. Or did we lose our boot wings? What happened to our boot wings? Did they take it off at that one level range? Maybe they come bigger at the final level. Yeah, we'll find out in a moment what our XP rate is. So we're timing both of them at once, so we'll know within 1 lap what our actual XP rate is per hour. The only thing I didn't factor in is knowledge points, which we'll have to factor in separately. So the number that we get initially will be a little bit lower, as it's not factoring in the like 3.5 knowledge points we're getting per hour, roughly. Because the number that we're about to go do the math for is going to be our number with no knowledge points at all. There's one thing that's going to make it slightly off too, but we could always just minus some from the knowledge point thing. Is we did grab double this route. I can only grab double every other route. Which means that's about 6-point-something K less we'd have every other route. Or on average per route, I mean. Because we're going to be getting one less, like, 13K drop. Alright, timer doesn't end yet. Timer ends when we go and talk to the rock. Let's see. Alright, the rock has been talked to. Alright, how long was that? That was 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Now I gotta convert 42 to a real number. 42 divided by 60... Okay, it's 0.7 on the dot. That's convenient. Alright, so what do I need then? 2.7. So this is how many... So what is this right now? 2.7 is... So I gotta divide this into 60 then. That's how many laps I did per hour. So take 60. No, not the way I want it. Take 60, divide that by 2.7. That's how many laps we do per hour, which is 22.2 repeating. It's literally all twos. But 22.2 repeating. And then we take the amount of XP we gained. And then times that by 22.2 repeating. And that's how much XP we're getting, minus not counting the knowledge points. So let me go figure out what this number is. So 1636, 1636, 841, 841. Subtract that by the number we had earlier, which is 1296715. Which means, if we click equal there, we're gaining 340,126 XP per lap. Which is quite good because we're only getting a little over 200,000 before. I think it was like 201,000. So I was wrong. It's almost more than, it's more than 50% extra. I was saying 30% earlier. It's like 60 or 70. It's not too bad. But this is how much we're getting per lap. Now we times this by 22 point, a lot of twos. Okay. So that means we're getting, oh wow. Not counting knowledge points, we are getting a level an hour. We're getting 7.5, actually let's just say this number, what is it? It's 7,558,355, aka pretty much just under 1 level an hour, but that's counting no knowledge points. And of course, knowledge points per hour is about another, it's about 1.5 million. It's a little over 1.5 million, which means we're getting about 9 million XP per hour, which means we are gaining easily over a level an hour, which means the grind I want to do today can be completed today. Yay! But yeah, no knowledge points, we're getting a level an hour, even with no knowledge. With knowledge, we're getting like 1.3, 1.2. It's really weird because it's the exact same as tier 6. Does it never change? It has to at some point. Does tier 8 and 9 just go crazy? Because based on that math, we're basically the same ratio of XP per hour or levels per hour as we were at tier 6. Tier 6 and tier 7 is the same. Because the math came out to about 1.2 levels an hour. One level just from what we end up taking, and then the extra, you know, 0.2, 0.3 from knowledge points. Probably closer to 0.2. That's not bad. Knowledge is a lot more harder to calculate, though. Because it keeps moving up per level. And it's always like a weird decimal of how much knowledge you're getting per hour. But yeah, just EXP alone, not counting any knowledge points, is already a level an hour. Knowledge points are just pushing it over. So we'll easily be able to get our goal, which is to get 5 more levels in 5 more hours. As it should take only 4 point something hours. Assuming you don't get distracted by fishing. Actually, while I'm over here, I go check the board real quick. I think it's been reset, right? Yeah, it's about to reset again soon. Let me grab it, because I don't think I've grabbed it since this reset. Oh, no, I did. Never mind. I lied. But we're mostly going to be ignoring fishing bounties now. We did it for several days just for the fun of it. But honestly, unless it's a 2-star or higher, I'm probably ignoring every fishing bounty. Oh, speaking of fishing bounties, I need to go claim my, good thing I checked. I need to go do the lobster right now. Unfortunately, we don't have a knowledge point to go with it. Oh no, maybe I'll wait until we have at least 1 knowledge point to go with it. It feels weird using 11% just on them. I think I'm going to. It's not that big a deal. We can make like infinite of them. Wasting 11% here and there is not going to matter too much. So let me go claim our lobster right now, because by the time I walk there and bank, it should be 20 seconds from now. So let's go and bank all this, grab our lobsters, 11% boost it, and come right back in the cycle. And it should be 2.2 million XP for Fisher, which makes all other fishing methods just seem so useless. I really hope they never nerf ventures. I hope every skill eventually gets a venture and that they never nerf ventures. As honestly, they are more powerful than passives as far as how much XP they give towards a skill. It is crazy. Unless you are passiving 24/7, in which case passives are stronger. But if you're just passiving for like, you know, like half a day or whatever, if you're actually like playing some, they are actually stronger than passives. Unless you're only playing for like an hour a day, in which case passives are stronger than ventures. Yeah, there we go. Fishing level. That's probably going to be all the fishing we do for the rest of the time, honestly. And eventually, we're only going to be doing one of them. Because I'm going to be doing one fishing venture into 2 merchant, most likely. As if merchant wasn't already a free enough skill, it can also be maxed out with ventures. Oh, I'm still under the effect of XP. So at least we don't have the XP pot this time. We have 11% for half of it. And at this point, 4.5 levels to go. And then we'll plus 5 boost to be able to get to scrap metal like we did last time at tier 6. Which we'll appreciate later when we need all that scrap metal. Is what we need that for the final set of smithing at every single tier. It's only going to be a few levels, but you know, a few smithing levels is huge. Especially for how expensive it would be otherwise. Because the burn rate on that activity, if you buy it, is really high. Like pretty much everything for stonemason and smithing. I think it's like minus 70% or something. Everything in smithing and stonemason just loses so much money. So anything that you save on it's really nice. Yeah, minus 97%. Yeah, that's why we're grabbing scrap metal, by the way. Minus 97%. It's not like the highest minus they could ever do, but wow, is that high? They're pretty close. But that's why we kind of prioritizing the scrap metal here and there. Not like we really need to be saving money at the moment, but you know, if we don't keep trying to save money, we would eventually run out. And this is one of the few instances where, yeah, we probably want to do that. It's not like it's bad forger XP either. It's not as great as if we did a plus 5 all the way at the end, though. Because going to the next tier for a plus 5 is still way more beneficial. But doing that at level 40, at that level range for like half a night is still perfectly fine. Especially if we could eventually get to a level range where we do it with a plus 2. But that tends to never align because of how we go about training, though. I don't think we've ever been able to plus 2 to scrap metal. It's always been plus 5 because normally we end it like right before the jade piece. So we're never able to get it into plus 2 range, as that would require doing all of jade to be able to plus 2 it. Like, the only way we could do it with a plus 2 is if we ended on jade. Like, if one of the streams we did, the last thing we did was doing all jade pieces, is the only way we could plus 2 into scrap metal. Otherwise, it would have to be a plus 5. Because normally we do it the other way around, where we passive into jade, rather than passive after jade. And for that, we always have to do plus 5 instead of plus 2. Luckily, we do have enough plus 5s if that's the only area we ever use it on, which is so far it has been. If that's the area we only use it on, we'll have plenty enough. It will mean we'll consume like 30, 40 of those boost potions on the way to max forager, when we only have like 120 total. But even though it'll take like 1/3 of our stack, I think it would be worth it to just speed up forager a little bit. So we can start cashing in those venture X third slot. And the other skills we'd probably throw it into, realistically, are stonemason and smithing. Just to help speed those up when we can do a better passive for them. The only problem is both of them have pretty limited supply. So doing them early kinda doesn't help. Unless you have the active stuff to offset it. So for doing that in tier 7 wouldn't matter too much, but doing that in tier 8 and 9 would matter. Because we'd have all the active activities completed. So you should probably avoid that in tier 7, but do it in tier 8 and 9. Just so that they realign with the skill. We'll put that into maggots. Definitely have to one-time that at some point. But based on the math we did earlier, yeah, we are still gaining 1.2 levels an hour. I'm not sure how. Because we did the math, and we're basically gaining the exact amount of XP that we did at tier 6. As far as, like, amount of levels. Like, as a percentage. Tier 6 and 7 is taking us the exact same amount of time at this level range. which I'm slightly confused by how that's possible. But tier 6 and 7, despite this disparity in these numbers, is basically the exact same percentage of XP rate. Obviously, it's a different XP rate, but the percentage of the XP rate is exactly the same. Which is the main thing you gotta look at in this game, since the, you know, XP curve is kind of weird. Because obviously you can't compare your XP rate to, like, you know, Milestone 3 to compare to, like, Milestone 8 or something like that. Because Milestone 3, it's like, oh, nice, I can actually get, like, 100k XP an hour. Then at Milestone 8, it's like, oh, I got less than 10 million an hour. That's, like, nothing. So you always have to do it based on total percent. Because the number is kind of irrelevant in that regard, rather than a percent of level. Because percent of level per hour is the main metric that matters. As XP rate is irrelevant since it's all scaled to your level range. Because we could say we're getting over like 10 million an hour, but you know, if we're doing that at tier 9, that's considered low. But if you're doing that at like tier 8 or 7, particularly 7, that'd be like absurdly high. That'd be like 1.5 million more than what we're getting right now, counting knowledge. If we were somehow doing 10 million an hour. Like at this level range, that'd be insanely good. But if you're doing that at tier 9, you are getting like absurdly bad XP. Even though it's still 10 million per hour at both ranges, but it's the percent of the level that matters. Right now we're getting 1.2 levels an hour roughly, counting knowledge. We're getting 1 just from gathering, pretty much on the dot. And the rest is coming from knowledge. Which we are dumping into Forager, of course. But even if we weren't dumping into Forager, this would still be 1 level an hour. The knowledge point's just speeding it up a little. I'm just scared to see what the math's going to come out to at tier 8 and 9. Because both 6 and 7 came out to about 1.2. But there's a good chance that 8, counting knowledge, would come out to like 0.9 or 1 at absolute best. And tier 9 might come out to like 0.6 or 0.7. If we're lucky. It might even be 0.5. We'll find out when we get there. I don't have any tier 9 to really compare it to. So we'll find out when we get there. But yeah, at this point, I guess we'll do the math of this loop that we're doing right now at every single level range, just to see. But I'm a little bit baffled by the fact that 6 and 7 are basically the exact same. Like, on the dot, pretty much. Like, as a percentage, the rate at 6 is the same as 7. Which didn't feel like that would be the case, but it is, for some reason. I guess the main thing that might be contributing to that, too. I am grabbing the other 2 shells rather than the 1 bass this time around. So that might be why tier 6 and 7 is so similar. Because the other route did grab the bass. This route is not. It's one of the reasons why we're doing this, to try to speed it up. So that's probably the biggest difference maker then. The 2 starfish that we're grabbing makes... So we are technically going slower this tier. But the 2 starfish that we're grabbing basically makes it the exact same as if we only grabbed bass on the previous set. Like, that 2 starfish was enough to make them both exactly even. Despite this being slightly slower at this tier. But otherwise they came out exactly even. Because the first set that we did time based on taking the double bass. Whereas this one we timed and did everything based on taking double starfish. So all that fishing XP would have gotten earlier is now being converted to Forager. So this is still slower. Like, tier 7 is slower than tier 6. But that one single change to our route allows it to basically be even compared to previous tier. So we'll see a much bigger disparity at tier 8 then. Because obviously we'll still be doing the starfish route and dropping the fish, or, you know, not taking the fish anymore. Unless we have a bounty for him, in which case we'll still route it some. But, Otherwise, we'll be taking the double starfish. Which means if I had to guess what's going to be for next cycle, I'm saying 0.9, counting knowledge. I think we're going to get 0.9 levels an hour. It's going to be like just shy of 1 for tier 8, I'm pretty sure. Wow, find out at tier 8. We'll be there in Wednesday of next week? Thursday of next week? Oh yeah, never mind. I'm actually going to be doing Slay Spire 2 by that Thursday. Hopefully we get it by Wednesday then. Otherwise it'll be after we come back. I forgot. It's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of, not this week, but next week. We'll be doing Slay Spire 2. And if I get really into it, probably doing that for like 11 hours every day until we finish it out in like 4 days. I don't plan to keep playing it on stream beyond that though. I don't think. Maybe we'll post some videos here and there, but I don't think we'll be streaming it specifically beyond the first 4 days. At least until 1.0 hits. It's one of those kind of games where I want to try it in beta, but I'm not going to be grinding it in beta like we would like Brighter Shores or something. As we'll probably be playing it a lot when the beta starts and then, you know, for those 4 days. But then afterwards, waiting until it hits 1.0 before trying it again. Wait until they balance everything and everything. As well as have all the features in, because I'm not sure if the beta is releasing with every feature or not. I've been trying to avoid most spoilers for the game. We're going in pretty blind, other than the fact that we're, you know, we played Slay Spire 1. But beyond that, like, I've been pretty much not looking up anything extra info-wise for Slay Spire 2. But I'm pretty sure my main game plan for that game is just win with every character and reach max difficulty with our favorite character. And once we do that, I'll be happy with where we are. And I'm hoping that we can do that within 40 hours. Assuming a run still takes about an hour or two, I think we could. It depends how many ascension levels they added. If it's anything like the previous game, the first like 10 to 15 ascension levels are pretty free. Like almost 100% win rate once you know what all the bosses do. It's kind of like Dark Souls like games in that regard though. Until you learn what the bosses do, even at like level 0, they could still demolish you. There's just a lot of mechanics that you need to prep for. But if you don't know what you need to prep for, then you're just randomly building a deck for just generally being good. Because each floor you always have to kind of tweak your deck to what you're actually going to be fighting. But if you don't know what you're fighting, then you know, you can't make those modifications as you need. But yeah, after we do finish out Slay the Spire, we should pretty much be at tier 9. By the time when we come back on that Tuesday, after that, which is also when smithing bounties are coming out, so I'll also be able to mess with smithing bounties. But after we come back from messing with smithing bounties on 2 Mondays from now, I think that day we should be on tier 9. I'm pretty sure. Maybe a little bit further than that, but by around that point we'll be on the final stretch of tier 9. The day after smithing bounties come out for Brighter Shores on 2 Mondays from now. And then from there we'll be in the final stretch. And I do plan to go into smithing bounties a decent bit. I might even go all in on them to tier 8. Not on one day, obviously. But I mean, like, after we finish Forager Grind, I might be doing a weird combat into smithing pivot. Because we'll have stonemason bounties by then. Or maybe not, but... Or yeah, well, probably by then. Almost by then. But, you know, we'll 100% have smithing bounties by then. We might have stonemason bounties by then, or at least within the next week of that. And that way I could do Mines of Batum in combat, smithing, and stonemason both with bounties at the exact same time. Which is one of the other reasons why we're doing Mines of Batum in combat next. Not sure if I'm going to be streaming those or just doing it off stream though. I do have quite a few things I need to do before my trip this summer. And only have like 2 months to go get it done. And like a fourth of that time is going to be still monument time. So, I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming. I might just be doing, like, the 7-minute AFK potions and everything. But if nothing else, obviously, we'll still be doing the Monday updates. But after we finish the Forager Grind, we might be back to just only doing Monday updates. Or, you know, whenever there's a big Monday thing. But I don't know. We'll see as it gets closer. Depends how much time I have and if I finish everything by then. It just is like 2 or 3 writing projects, probably 3 that I need to finish before the trip. And each one, if I full focused, like, and did literally only that, would take at least a week, if not 2 weeks. If I had 3 of them, that's already a month and a half right there. So I'm probably not gonna have that much spare time in, after we finish Forager grind. So I'll probably just do the Monday stuff and everything. So obviously, like, the Easter event, Stonemason bounties, you know, all that stuff when they roll in. I'm curious to see if the Easter event's going to be like a world-esque like event like before. Like what they did for the most recent winter event. If they do, I hope it's for Botanist. I hope it's for Botanist, Chef, or, you know, something else like that. I hope they don't do Forager again. Not just because they already did Forager, but also because I'll be max Forager. So if the event is Forager related, yeah, that'd be kind of bad for us. I would do literally bare minimum and not touch it beyond that. So hopefully they choose a different skill if they do it kind of in that same esque as far as how they set it up. But hopefully they choose literally anything that isn't Forager. Which once we have max level on that skill, it's going to be weird for a lot of things. Because we're going to be just like hoping that they don't do anything for that skill. Once we get it maxed. Because if like the next bounty after Stonemason is like Forager bounties, for example. It's like, oh, I already have max Forager, though. Like, we'll do it for, like, 1 hour and be like, yep, those are Forager bounties. We're done now. We're already maxed. We'll check it out, obviously, but, you know, grinding it wouldn't be needed. Which is one of the reasons I've been trying to avoid getting max levels. Because if they release with some kind of really good method to go and, you know, train Forager with, or to offset it, we'll try it for, like, an hour or two with max Forager, and then we'll never touch it ever again because we don't need to. We're already maxed. It's one of the main reasons I've been trying to avoid maxing any skill, but Monument kind of made us have to do that for Forager. So I gotta remember to grab this double starfish. Also, while I'm here, I should go check the bounty board. But going forward, I think we're only gonna do 2 stars or higher. But the only exception maybe being bass. Bass is pretty free. Especially if it's only catch bass and not turn-in bass. We could also do pretty similar with cod soon. Or even now if we really want to. Yeah, cod is pretty free. I hate that you have to turn it in, though. I'm taking both the 2 cods. The way that we could take cod is right over there. And just grab this cod every time. The problem with this is... we're going to be really weird to go grab the other cycle if we do this. Maybe it's not worth. Yeah, it's not worth. I don't know, we'll still leave them. I'm just not going to do them right now, though. It is, like, so not worth. Yeah, we just honestly need to start just ignoring fishing bounties. They've been fun to mess around with for a little bit, but they're really just not needed. Ventures are just so strong that you don't even need them. It's the biggest issue that we're running into with them. Like, any skill that gets a venture... you pretty much only take the resource nodes that you need for other skills and then, like, not touch anything else. Alright, let me go bank these. But yeah, we're probably not going to bother with those. Not going to cancel them quite yet, in case we do decide we want to go over there a little bit later, but... we're probably not going to need them. For most of the rest of this grind, we'll probably mostly be ignoring fishing. We got to see the 4-star legendary, 3-star legendary, all those. We've seen probably every single almost variant of the legendary at this point. Other than, like, eel. If that can even spawn over there. Otherwise, like, every single thing that you can harpoon and those kind of things we've seen already. We saw the salmon, we saw the manta ray, we saw the Gennard. The only one that hasn't cycled yet is eel, assuming eel even can happen. The overall verdict on fishing bounties is 2 stars and above, good. 1 stars, not so much. Catch only, really good if you can already cycle it into something you're already doing for Forge or whatever else. And the legendary fish, nice little change of gameplay overall. Wish they were a little bit more common though. So you could do them a bit more often. Because we've done it 3 times total so far. Which is not a lot. 2 of them were done right at the beginning of the stream. It'd be nice if they were a little bit more common. But overall, we probably won't need them just from the sake of how ventures work. Obviously, you have a limited number of ventures that you can use, but fishing is one of the most beneficiary skills in the entire game to just venture all the way to max. And that is our intention for the skill. Even if they nerfed ventures for fishing by 50%, we would still venture all the way to max. They were that strong. We would still do it. If they hypothetically nerfed like all ventures by 50%, which I hope they do not do. But if they hypothetically did such a thing by the time they have like 4 venture slots or, you know, something like that, it would still be worth, even with a 50% nerf, to venture fishing all the way to max. It's just that strong. All ventures are like that, but fishing in particular because you get the extra 10%, and they're all both right next to each other, so they're really quick to take. The only thing that's going to be a little bit awkward with 3 ventures, though, is if I do end up doing Grape and Cinnamon Stick for Chapter 4, that means I would only have to grab 1 fish instead of 2. The other alternative is I could alternate between them, but that would get kind of confusing to remember. So, yeah, we'll have to come all the way to this chapter for only 1 venture, which is kind of bad, but it's, at least we'll make our fishing max a little bit slower, which is kind of a good thing, so we can keep, you know, doing it at its good rate. It would make our merchant max out quicker, though, which, it's already going to max pretty quickly. It's, like, the quickest skill in the game. Given that it has 4 ventures and, well, technically only 2 right now, but eventually 4 ventures. And is the quickest knowledge rate in the game, and is the quickest XP rate in the game. It's like the quickest everything. But the only exception being that the ventures are less XP than the fishing ventures. But the material that you get from them is really good. It's just free alchemy XP. Or in the case of the builder ones, free builder XP at some point. Alright, 2 more laps, we can get our double knowledge in there. We're an hour and a half in and we've almost gained 2 levels. So yeah, the math we did earlier is checking out. 1.2 levels an hour is what we're getting right now. Because in about 15 minutes we should get our 2nd level. Which comes out to like an hour and 40 minutes roughly. Which comes out to the math we did earlier of 1.2 levels an hour. So the math is checking out. It's falling into place. I said hello to Drew. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Oh, stretch, stretch, stretch. Oh, wait. Oh, I could have doubled that one. No, I could have gotten the 5% extra XP on the double. It's not that big a deal. Let's grab it on the final. Normally that wouldn't be possible, but because of the starfish route, it goes in a way that actually is possible on that one. But there's almost no way we're going to click that in time, even if we use the hotkey. Because if you claim it too much near the end of the double, it just does it on your next resource rather than the one you did it on. Alright, this will be a 5%, and then we gotta remember to use an 11%. And I'll be just shy of a level there then. That's something I haven't actually calculated out, which I kinda wanna go check. We know how much we're getting right now. We're getting 1 level an hour, 1.2 or so with knowledge. But what I haven't actually checked is how many knowledge points do I actually need to gain a level right now? Because that's pretty easy to tell. I want to check it with no XP pot. So you know what I'm going to do? We're going to go and... Let me finish this rel. Let me make sure we get to the end. Because I need to go click on my view rewards and go check how much XP we're getting. So I'm going to take the number of XP we need for a level at this level range. So 7604. Let me start typing this in. 7604. What's the rest of the decimals? 102, 102. So I'm going to take that number and divide it by the exact number that we get for knowledge points with no XP pots whatsoever. Obviously, we'll be using 11%, but I want to see what it is. Because I know post 200 before, it required 16. And I haven't actually done it at tier 7 yet. I did at some of the previous tiers, but we haven't actually done it at tier 7. So I'm curious if it's less than 16, not counting any XP pots. Or if it's more than 16. Same as for tier 8 and tier 9. Because yeah, I haven't actually checked it yet for most of the tiers. I did at some of the earlier ones we're at, like tier 4 and 5, I believe, but I never checked it for the higher ones yet. I could technically check this for multiple skills right now too, but we'll just check it for Forager. Because I could technically check tier 8 by checking one of my other skills. But for now, we'll just do it for Forager, since that's the one that's relevant for us at this exact moment in time. So we'll do it at tier 7. Because the main thing I want to see if it's less or more than 16. Because if it's less, then knowledge points are actually more effective right now at this level range than they were before. But if it's more, then they're less effective. I have a feeling that at tier 9 it might be more then. I don't know, we'll go check and see. Because anything under 16 is better than it was before. Yeah, let me go check. So if I click here, we are getting convert. Don't actually use it though. Okay, I need that number. So divide that number by 447,301. Ooh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I can see the numbers. You guys can't see the number. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that would explain a couple things. It's worse. It's worse. It's 17. It's technically 16.9999999 and a bunch of other numbers, but it's 17, obviously. It has taken us 17 knowledge points at this level range, which is more than 16, meaning knowledge is worse at tier 7, 8, and 9 than post 200 was before. Oh, no. It's only going to get worse at tier 8 and 9. Which means tier 6 was probably right on the dot for how it was before, probably, roughly. But tier 7, 8, and 9 is worse for knowledge than it was before the update. It's now taking 17 knowledge points to equal 1 level at this level range. Not counting XP pots. There's one caveat. The XP pots are a little bit stronger, so they do get to offset it a little bit. As the XP pots at maximum cap is now 4% higher. But that 4% is not going to make up for that extra 1, 2, or 3 points that you need. It'll help, but it's not going to help that much. Because before the highest potion was 10%, now it's 14%. And of course the main thing you use those on are knowledge points. But even accounting for that 4%, that does not make up for the difference of how many more knowledge points you need at 7, 8, and 9. As there's a good chance 8 will be higher than that 17 at 7. And 9 would be higher than whatever 8 needs. Could be as high as like 20 or 24. But yeah, that's not ideal. Because it definitely felt like they were getting slower, but yeah, that's why. We need one more whole knowledge point compared to post 200 to get 1 level of knowledge at, tier 7. It's just going to get worse most likely at tier 8 and 9. Not ideal. But I would explain why knowledge keeps feeling like it's getting weaker and weaker. It's because it is. Which means the level distribution that we did is probably one of the worst ways we could have done it. Anyone who did 500s before kind of has it easy. Because doing 400 to 500 in the previous state of the game is so much easier than doing 400 to 500 now. Like, getting to that point isn't as good. But for example, if we would have maxed out, like, mining and bone right before the update, it would have saved us probably, like, 50 hours between both of them, if not longer. Because they were already so close. So the main scenario that you would have really lost value is if you in the previous format of the game trained most of your skills to about level 300 to 350. If you did that, then that would be a worst case scenario. If you had like no 500s but trained every skill to about 300 to 350 or so, which is somewhat what we did, roughly. That would be the worst case scenario, and that was pretty much our exact level range too, which is not ideal. At least for some skills, not for all of them. But having no 500s and training everything to about 350-ish is the worst case scenario for the Milestone update. Which is rough, because that's where like a third of our skills were. Not ideal. The only upside to that is we do get the new max material, which is nice. So we get to fill out all of tier 8, tier 9 material nicely. Whereas if you did any other thing, you'd probably be missing at least one of them. You'd probably have tier 9, but not like the other ones to go and make the transition smoother. So if you did that for mining and then tried doing, you know, stonemason smithing after, it'd be kind of rough if you did the mining 500 first. Before the update. That's like one of the only good things about where we did end up ending on some level ranges. Because having to do a skill for longer at that higher level range isn't necessarily a bad thing. As of course you get more resources at that level range. The biggest issue is more so just the less effectiveness of knowledge points. Meaning that in theory, the best things we should be putting knowledge points on are anything at level 6 or below. Or, you know, milestone 6 or below. Doing it any higher than that, we're getting quite a bit diminishing return until we go and do all those ones that are at level 6 and below. So after Forger and getting our stonemason and smithing where we want it to be, we might want to start considering that. Start dumping knowledge into things below tier 7. Basically anything where 15... Basically anything that's better than a 16 ratio. Anything that's currently at a level distribution where 16 or less knowledge points would get at a level would be the main ones we'd want to dump knowledge into. Which the main ones that would be right now are cooking, alchemy slightly, botanist, woodcutter, carpenter, and that's it. Maybe leatherwork or archery. Those like the last ones we can really dump knowledge into. Until they're all at around tier 7, in which case we just put it into the most annoying production skills. AKA smithing and stonemason. Unless bounty saved them enough, but I don't think bounty's going to save them enough to not still be the most annoying ones to go get max. At least from a cost perspective. Alright, next level is coming in very soon. If our 1.2 math was correct, we should get it in about 7 minutes. Actually, technically like 8 or 9. Actually, what is 1.2 of an hour? If you convert 60 into the other way around, what is 20% of 60? Would be 12, which means at 48. Which means in 15 minutes... No, I'm looking at the wrong number. Wait, because I just did the math right, but now I'm forgetting. Because I take 12 from that, 48. Yeah, 15 minutes. I was right the first time. At this point, 14 minutes, because time is going by as we speak. But in about 14 minutes, we should easily have a level by then. And if we do, then yeah, we're getting the 1.2 level an hour. So it shouldn't take longer than 14 minutes, and then it would still be at that rate. And the problem is we started with a little bit of XP, so we kind of hard to account for that. But yeah, we're still gaining about 1.2 levels an hour. And should for the entirety of today. Based on the math we did earlier today. We're getting about 1 level from what we're gathering, and then about almost 0.2 from the knowledge then. Which means we can kind of calculate out how long it's going to take us in minutes to go finish this grind. Or hours, depending on how you want to do it. But let's see. So from that time, we would go calculate out the needing to get 4 levels. So we'd divide 4 by 1.2. And then figure out how much time that is from there. 4 divided by 1.2. 3.3 repeating. Convert 0.3 repeating into a real number. Which is, what, 1/3 of that, which would be 20 minutes on the dot. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. So that's, what? 3 hours and 20 minutes then, from that time. So 3 hours and 20 minutes from 13 minutes from now. So that's 3 hours and 33 minutes from now. And that's how long it will take us. There we go. We have done the math on how long the rest of the stream will be. Assuming we keep on pace. The rest of this stream will be roughly 3 hours and 33 minutes more. Roughly. Obviously, we might go a little bit inefficient here and there. But assuming I don't touch the fishing bounty board at all and don't get distracted by it, it should be 3 hours and 33 minutes would be the end stream time. Roughly. Based on that math. And that's when we'll hit level 40. 3 hours and 32 minutes from now. Since a minute has gone by. That's about how long it'll take. So basically right after 5 o'clock my time. Which is good, because I had it until about 6 today, so we'll definitely finish in time. Even if we go a little bit slow here and there. So we should finish a little after 5, and I have about free time until about 6 today. Which means we should finish about, like 45 minutes early. But long story short, we are 100% reaching level 40 today. Because unless electricity goes out or something, and even then I can just do it on the Steam Deck. But unless electricity goes out or something again, this stream does not end until we have level 40. As I do have enough time to go get it today, so we're going to go get it. And then we'll use the +5 boost to go AFK scrap metal. And then going into tomorrow, we will have access to Jade Piece, of course. So first thing we do tomorrow is going to probably be Wide Jade. Just so I can get some amount of potato and some of the other stuff we've been neglecting. Like, I don't need a lot of it, but I want to have more than literally none. Just to last us a little bit whenever we do get to those respective level ranges. Even though I'm not using it as a primary training method, I want more than, like, a few. I want at least, like, 100 or 200. Like, a little bit more than just a one-time bonus. Yeah, about 3.5 hours is how long the math says this rest of this grind will take, roughly. That it should be pretty close to almost exact. But it does assume we do it efficiently the entire time. Hello, hello. So how's Shuno doing? I believe he was the exact same level as me when I was looking at him earlier. Is he going quicker or slower? I would assume he's going slightly quicker, because I believe he's doing drop method. So I'm not sure when it updates, so he might not have been updated, or we might have been already gotten updated. He's one level below me, but I'm not sure how this updates. Because he could also be one level above me, and it just hasn't updated yet. But if this is updated, hey, we're one level ahead. We were at the same level earlier during this. I'm pretty sure it just hasn't updated, because he should be ahead of me if he's doing drop method. His drop method is just quicker. It's just definitively quicker. I'm not sure the exact percent that this is slower, but if I had to guess, it's like 20% slower, but you get to bank everything. Or his drop method banks nothing, but you know, you get the extra speed. There's no way he's below my level. I just think the thing hasn't updated yet. Because if anything, he should be at least a 1 level above me, not us 1 level above him. Oh, that's funny. On the old school RuneScape thing, someone's wondering why I keep moving trees. Because I keep trying to go to the more AFK tree so I don't have to click as much in the old school RuneScape thingy. But yeah, he just said, why do I keep moving trees? The other guy on the tree, he's like, keep messing up the tree timers. Honestly, I wish there was no one there so that it would stop messing the time. I tried going to an empty world, but then people keep crashing my empty world. Because even though they did an update to try to make group woodcutting good, when it comes to AFK time, group woodcutting is not good. So even just one other person being my world kind of ruins all the tree timers. But I'm kind of running the tree timer for him, but he crashed my world. I didn't crash him. He's complaining about the tree timers, yet he's crashing my world. Also, I did farm the cow boss, by the way, for any of you that farm old school RuneScape. I did green log the cow the other day. I didn't bother streaming it because it's a pretty straightforward boss. You can literally AFK it. It's like the first entry boss. You can literally kill it off a tutorial island. It is so easy. But yeah, I farmed the pet. I farmed all the little cosmetics it has and everything. It's really cool for free-to-play, though. I almost want to go grind a hardcore free-to-play and to go get a bunch of stuff from it. Because it's really good XP for free-to-play. Like, absurdly good. Compared to what you would normally have access to. It's definitely on the free-to-play route now. If we ever made, like, a new hardcore completely from scratch, 100% we're going Cal route. The first month the account would literally just be in free-to-play. Gotta go for the Cal rush. I'm not sure if I would ever do a series like that on the channel. Requires too much editing and time. Like, we'd have to play the account for almost like 500 hours before we even get a video out and edit it for like 30 hours. And then the video is gonna get like a few thousand views only. I still think it's worth the time. It'd be fun, I just don't have that much time at the moment to do something like that. Alright, 3 more trips and we should be able to go use our mega potion. Grab that, grab that. And of course, since we are banking everything and not dropping on the ground, we're getting a lot of supplies from this. Given how many we got on the previous tier, we should be getting over 5,000 XP pots for 12%. We should be getting over 4,000 something healing pots. As well as, like 4,000-ish as well, actually a little bit less, probably like 3,000-ish, of our best combat potion. The only problem with all those is we're only getting one of the 2 ingredients, but the other one can be offset with combat for a lot of them. As Water Lily is offset by combat for the blue potion. The healing potion is offset with the Death Crows. The only one that is not offset is the EXP potion. But compared to buying the XP potions from the shop, it comes out to not be that bad. Like, we're still spending money on it, but we're spending less than 1 silver per 1% bonus. Which is a little bit more expensive than buying the 5% for like 2 point something silver. Where we're getting like double that value. But of course, we're also cashing it in for alchemy XP, which is the big thing to put into consideration. Because we're also getting alchemy XP from it. But yeah, it is going to cost us roughly 1 silver per 1%, basically, when we go convert them all into XP pots. That can add up pretty quickly. Since the 14% we'd be spending almost like, you know, 14 silver on. I think it's actually a little bit less. I think it's close to like 12 point something silver. But we're spending almost 1 silver per 1% bonus. Whereas the 5% are double that, but of course they're only 5%. But they're like half the price compared to processing them. Plus the processing time, but that's just free alchemy XP, so the processing time doesn't really matter. It's more so the cost. But they're twice as expensive at 5%, but you know, we get to use 11%, 12%, 13s, 14s, so it's kind of worth it. For 2 times the cost, we get a potion that's over double as effective. We'll also be able to cash it in for basically free alchemy XP. Because if you count the cost as consuming it, then actually producing it is free. In a sense. If you only count the cost when you consume it. And the cost for consuming is about 1 silver per percent. That's assuming you grab one of the 2 materials, though. It is way more than that, like double that if you're not grabbing either of the 2 material. But if you're grabbing at least 1, which we would be for these, obviously, and only 1, yeah, it's about 1 silver per percent, pretty much the entire way. Obviously, the ratio is a little bit different at different level ranges, but it's roughly 1 silver per 1%. Whereas it's half a silver on the 5%, but they're way slower. So it's more expensive, but it's free alchemy XP, and it's, you get to cash in more of the percent quicker. So overall, worth it, is the bottom line. Now, is it worth it as much for the other ones? I'm not quite sure. Probably. Because my boost potions, I think, are about 3 silver each. We actually have, like, the cheapest ones. And to be able to produce them, it is about 4 times more expensive, but we're getting a potion that's over twice as effective. So I'm not sure if that one is as worth. But of course, we're also cashing in for XP and everything. But the XP one definitely is. Which is what all these little shells are. Not the starfish, but the shell ones. And I assume the healing ones are as well, because let's say hypothetically we bought the bigger of the 2 healing potions. I believe that potion costs 6 point something silver. And we're going to have to pay double of that, roughly, to go and convert into the bigger potions. But I believe that potion only heals for 30% or 35%, I forget which. I think it's 30. Whereas the potions we'll be making will be, like, basically half heals. They'll be 48%, 50%, 52%. I forgot to go grab the double shell again. I feel like I keep forgetting to grab it. It's not too big a deal, but I think it is slightly more XP to grab it rather than not grab it. Keep forgetting to grab it, though. No, I didn't get it for double. At least we'll be able to use 11% for it, though, if nothing else. Hopefully 11% we'll be able to go in time. It should be able to. Now, let's use 11% here. Let's not forget to grab that other shell. Put this in the forager, of course, as is the entire grind. And the forager you go. For what is basically 500k XP right now. Which means we're getting about 1.7, 1.8 million XP just from knowledge alone per hour. We're also getting whatever number we said earlier as far as gathering. We're gaining 7.5 million XP from gathering and about 1.8 from knowledge. For a total of, what is that then, 9.3. So we're getting about 9.3 million XP an hour. Which is more than a level! Because we only need 7.6 mil for a level. Or we're getting about 9.3 million per hour. So we're still at a 1 level every hour range. Or, you know, above it. Barely, but we still are. Which at this rate is like slightly under 3.5 hours then to go get our level 40 goal. And then we can plus 5 passive the scrap metal for chapter 3. So I think the bounty board's ready. I'm going to mostly be ignoring it now, though. I think I've had my fun with fishing bounties at this point. I think we're going to start ignoring them now. At this point, the rest of the way that we're doing Fisher is venturing it all the way to max. And that's about it. Will that hurt cooking in the future? Probably. But that's a later issue. That's a later issue once we know what all the recipes do and everything. How much we messed up. Worst comes to worst, if they make those changes soon, we'll at least have only tier 7 or tier 8 fishing by then. So at least for the final 2 tiers, we can grab the fish as we need that are relevant. But for now, we're going to ignore that and just hope it doesn't become an issue later when we do Chef, which it definitely will. But that's, we'll worry about that once they rework Chef. Once Chef is set in stone, what all the food will do and everything else and all the XP curve and everything, we will then decide what we got to go do. But until then, we will ignore it as much as we possibly can. I'll get like 2 more cooking levels and that's it. Which is one of our other side goals I still need to go do. I haven't really been doing the cooking bounty board. I should probably go check it here and there. Ever since fishing bounties come out, I've been doing like no cooking bounties. But I need to go change that and start doing no fishing bounties and start doing cooking occasionally again. But I still want to get 2 more levels before we hit the thing. There are still several levels I want to get before then. That we need to scrap together. I need to get 34 more combat levels, 2 more chef, and 6 more merchant. I want to have before we finish the monument. Some of those I should probably start poking soon. Because for tier 9, I do want to have combat synergy. And for, because we're going to be stuck on tier 9 a while, so I might as well have some fun with it. And do like every possible gameplay loop you could possibly do with tier 9. Because we're going to be on tier 9 for a while. So might as well get some really good value from it. So I want to have our combat level up there by tier 9 so that we can do that for tier 9. Chef I just want to have because it's a nice even number. For no other reason than, you know, get level 250. It's one of our goals to get level 250 all skills at one point. And we're pretty much almost there. Combat will be there at milestone 20. Chef will be there in 2 levels. The only one that won't be there is Botanist. That'll be the only thing keeping us from being level 250 all from our goal like a year ago. And I'll be ignoring Botanist until they make it better. Either until bounties or whatever else they do with it. Who knows, hopefully the Easter event will be a Botanist Easter event or something. Maybe I can get my 23 levels in then. But otherwise we're ignoring that one. But everything else will pretty much be in place by then. And the reason I need the 6 merchant levels is so we can do Grape plus Cinnamon Stick. I need that to offset our Alchemy XP. We still have a little bit of a dead zone in between, but that's what knowledge points are for. That's the only problem with skipping Gatherer. I mean, skipping Botanist. Is there is a really big hole in the middle of Alchemy. But the beginning of the end and the end of Alchemy is very strong. It's just the middle that's a little awkward. Only if you skip Botanist. Because that's where Botanist fills out the whole thing. There's a really big middle section that's just all Botanist. From 26 to 40. So there's like 14 levels that we'd have to knowledge by. To bypass the hole from Botanist. It's not that many levels. But it is almost 1/3 the total skill we'd have to bypass with other potions and stuff. And knowledge points. Almost 1/3 of the entire skill needs to be bypassed. I got particularly quiet. Not sure what to talk about. Still got a solid 3 hours of the grind left. We've depleted all the talking points related to the grind. That's the only problem now that these are starting to get longer. Stuck at like every single thing for, you know, longer duration increasingly. Which is to be expected. So I'm really curious what route Shuno is doing right now. Because his route almost implies that he's banking. But he's also max level alchemy, which makes me assume he's not banking. But he's walking around right now as if he is banking, which makes me really confused. Because tier 7 material must be pretty useless for him since he's already max alchemy. Like, the reason we care about it is, you know, we have a ton of XP we need to get around that level range. That'd be really good. But the best he gets out of it is, you know, you just get to make potions out of it. Which obviously you get the benefit of the potion, but you're getting 0 XP per hour other than knowledge points. And it's not a particularly high amount of knowledge points, so... I don't know, it just feels weird to need to bank it if you're already max alchemy. Tier 8 and 9, you probably would. I don't know, maybe he just thinks tier 7 is also strong enough that's fine. Which I guess is kind of the case. I guess tier 7's not bad as far as how strong the potions are. That's one of the main reasons I'm waiting on Chef as well. We kind of need to know what the final byproduct is going to be for everything. The only thing that's a little bit weird about Chef, though, is it doesn't seem like you can bank the passives. Which means we're probably not going to have 1 hour boost from the passive of cooking. It was one of the things I was really hoping they would eventually add. But the fact that you can't bank them right now, you know, basically makes me assume that that's not going to be possible. Because I was kind of hoping that you'd be able to consume them for a 1 hour boost of some kind. Or even some other feature where you could have like almost like a day-long boost or something. But the fact that you can't consume them for an hour boost, or can't bank them, means you probably won't be able to consume them for a 1 hour boost. All the cooking AFKs. Which is unfortunate, because that's a lot of 1 hour boost they could have added to the game. That would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 1 hour boosts they could have added. But they're not bankable, which makes me assume they're not doing that. Maybe they still are going to, but the fact that they're not bankable makes the big assumption that that's probably not the case. Because that'd be kind of awkward if it is, because you can't currently bank them. There's a pretty big oversight if you actually are allowed to consume them down the line. I guess they just couldn't think of enough ways to add a passive boost that would be relevant. Given that, you know, alchemy already does that like crazy. That's what each one of these potions does. I guess they were just having a trouble to try to add 6 more. There's just not that many. And they already covered like all the bases that you would kind of need. They have the XP potion per chapter. The one that allows you to do stuff early. XP for every chapter, which I just already said. The wealth potion, which is a little bit extra money when you're doing the combat one. So this is for combat only. Forensic, which is for detective only. Like, where else do you fill out? The only thing I could think of is like that would kind of go against like how the game is set up. But a knowledge potion that works for passives would be an interesting thing for the foods. Where you still gain, if you consume the food, you're still gaining some amount of passive knowledge while you're doing the passive. Because right now, you can only gain knowledge points from active methods by design. But that'd be kind of cool if one of those foods did passive XP. Even if they had to go and like spread it by chapter or something, just so all 6 foods have a use case. But then they would have to keep adding a food every single thing, so which would get kind of annoying. But I don't know. I would love to have like another way of getting it. It'd be particularly good on like alt accounts and such. I don't think they would ever do that though, because the whole point of knowledge points is that it's an active only activity. It's why when you're using an enrage potion, you're only getting like 1/3 the amount of knowledge rate, because it's so AFK. Because I don't think they would ever do that. But if there was a food that you can consume that would give you like some small amount of knowledge every single time that you're doing your passive, to the point that if you did it for like 12 hours, it would give you like 1 knowledge point or something. I don't think they would ever do that though. As if you were to do that with the cooking ones, if they were to do such a thing with it. You would never need to actively play. As it would just give you all the knowledge points you need without actively playing ever. Which is the whole point of knowledge points, is it's active only. And anything that's more passive gets lower rate. Or even none at all in the case of, you know, actual passives. But I'm pretty sure that's the main reason why the foods don't have a buff. Like, what on earth would you do with them that wouldn't be, like, broken beyond belief? Like, alchemy already covers them all. There's one thing that I wish they would do more with all the passives, though. I wish all the passives had more of a purpose like how alchemy does. Alchemy is the only passive in the entire game that is not useless. Everything else is either just for money or for feeding HP into another skill. Like, none of them have, like, an end product that do anything relevant. You just get an end product that you ultimately just sell. Alchemy is the only one that's actually consumed or used in any way. The final passive byproduct from it. Hey, speaking of which, that's something I haven't actually checked. When we were checking all the Mines of Matubin stuff yesterday, or the other day. I think it was yesterday. But I haven't checked to see what all of the Mines of Matubin passive enemies are. I checked active, but I didn't check passive. So let me go check that real quick. Because that was one thing we specifically did not get around to when we were messing with all that. Because now each one only requires one ingredient. So if I go to the Mines of Matubin passive right here, we can see that it requires you to kill the shell plate guy. So shell plate is for current level tier. I'll try to figure out these one at a time. This could be a lot of menuing though. This could be a lot of menuing. Alright, so that's the shell plate guy. Shell plate guy you get at what level range? Because it should be the same every time. You get shell plate guy at... I can't even remember what enemy that is. Shell plate. That's the Stormworm. So that'd be level 30. As far as when you would end up skipping it. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong thing. What am I doing? The shell plate. That'd be... the dread shell. Yeah, it's still level 30. I was still right. I was just looking at the wrong thing, but I was right when I said level 30. So that's at level 30 for our next passive. But what were the other three? Because I don't think I bothered checking the other three earlier. That was the only one that I checked earlier. So to be able to check this, we go to this, we go to here, we go to this potion. I click on this, I click on view recipe. Rock tooth. What drops rock tooth again? Can I remember what on earth drops rock tooth? Rock tooth. I think that's the big golems, right? The rocklings? I'm pretty sure rocklings drop rock tooth. That makes sense. They're the only, like, really rocky creature. So that's probably the rock tooth. So that'd be at level 35. Oh, it's just gonna keep going down? Oh, this is easy to tell. I already know the rest. Because Squid Beast and the other one's definitely the highest. Okay, it just goes down. Okay, that's interesting. So we actually know just by looking at this what the percents are. 5%, 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%, 12%, 13%, 14%. Oh, that's way easier than I thought it was with how they set it up. Oh, that's interesting. That means the higher level range of Mines of Matubin is better to passive. The earlier range, you basically never want a passive, and the higher range, you do. Wait, does that mean all the reagents are set up that way too? I didn't even notice that earlier. Wait. Did they set up the reagents the exact same way? Like the active ones? I think they did. No, they didn't, because Metalith's the highest. That's weird. That's really weird. The passives are set up in order. The actives are not even close to set up in order. Like, some of them are, but most of them aren't. Because, like, this Wraith is only 11%. This Blob, I think, is a 10% or whatever it was, 12? It definitely isn't 14%, I know that. But the passives are all set up in order. Even though the actives aren't. So you can always kind of know based on how deep you are in Mines of Matubin combat if your passive is worth doing or not. Because it's only worth doing at a high level range. At a low level range, you want to avoid it. But a high level range is worth doing. Because that's when you start getting all the better ones that you would need to do for a longer duration anyways. While also accounting for more. So this last few really good, the otherwise not so much. Which, what enemy do we get to skip if we did that, hypothetically? Is it an annoying enemy or is it good? Oh no, we got two enemies there that aren't that bad. Wraith and Blob. But otherwise, yeah, if we wanted to skip some Wraith and Blob, we would be able to. Interesting. I guess it depends on our level range if we'd want to do that. I forget what material the Blob was. I know Wraith was 11%. It was Blob 12%? I think it might have been. If I could ever click the right button. Yeah, Blob is 12%. That's what I thought. So you'd be skipping 11 and 12% material. 11% skip? I don't know. Neither of those we really need to skip, though, is the problem. I kind of need both. Like, yes, you would eventually reach an alchemy level where that would be worth skipping, but the way that we're distributing it, since we're only doing a few levels in the Mind of Batubin and not like a crazy amount, yeah, that's not helping us that much, unfortunately. Alright, 3.5 levels to go. We're almost there. At this point, should only take about a little over 3 hours then. Taking pretty good time. As you said, based on our math earlier, that it should be a little after 5 that we finish, which is about 3 hours and some minutes from now. So we're pretty much on pace, which is good. We're on pace with the math that we did earlier. But within the 6-hour allocation that I wanted to do today, we're definitely going to get it finished, which is nice. Like, even if we start going slower and stuff, yeah, it's not even going to affect it at all. Not like you can go that much slower. Most of these things are pretty static, how much you get. Unless you're just not clicking. There are like a few clicks we could do to save a little bit of time, but it's really trivial across like the whole day today. If we were to implement all those clicks, I think it would save us like 5 minutes? And sometimes we will, but most of the routing that we're doing here doesn't really need it. Because when it comes to most clicks, the most time you tend to save is 2/3 of a second. Which whenever we do have a 2/3 of a second rather than a 1/3 of a second, I would normally go for it. Not always, though. But 1/3 of a second time saves compared to just queuing up a whole room generally isn't worth it. It's the manual move 2/3 ones that are a little bit more worth. I think the only thing that's kind of like that in this room is this starfish. I believe I keep routing incorrectly. But I can't be bothered to manual click it. Because what I should be doing is clicking here. But I always auto it and it goes all the way around, which puts me way further. But I should be manual clicking right there and then taking it. And that's either 1/3 or 2/3 second save every time. I just can't be bothered to do that. A lot of them I do. That's just one of the few where it's just I am not going to. Alright, are we at a 11% next cycle? I can't quite tell. I want to say yes, but I feel like we wouldn't get enough knowledge. I think I have to 5% here. The problem is we're going to have to waste some knowledge if I do. Oh no, maybe I'll just double 11%. That's something I normally want to do, but I don't know, we got the spares. Get that a little bit extra XP in there. I really got to go make some more of those potions though, so we can keep doing them. Actually, how many do I have banked? Let me go double check something. I definitely can't chug them, but how many 11% do we have? That would be the tier, what, 6? How many tier 6s do we have in the bank? Also, we get to check how many of the other thing we have right now, too, while we're here. How many tier 6 shells do we have? Oh, yeah, we have enough. 3,210 remaining. How many would that cost to convert them? How much is a periwinkle? I want to do some math real quick, just for the sake of it. 3,210 times whatever periwinkle is. I'll just assume we have 0. We technically have 6, but it's basically 0. Times that by 4.7. Oh, that's so cheap. Times... Not what I wanted, though. Whoops, where did my number go? No! Alright, let me grab 4.7. I lost my other number. I clicked something on the calculator and it ruined it. I think I accidentally clicked one of my previous answers and it overwrote the number I had in. Periwinkle... No, I'm looking for shell. Trying to see how many shell I have. Yeah, 3,210. Alright, let me click on it without ruining it this time. 3,000... No, go back. Times by 3,210. It would cost us 15 gold. But we would end up getting 3,210 11%. Which would last us a very, 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 very long time. Like all Forager. Not to chug them, but you know. We can use them a little bit less sparingly. The only problem with that is how long that takes to make. That would take us over 10 hours to make all of them. Like probably close to 13. We're talking like an entire weekend of basically just making the 11%. That's the main reason I haven't converted them yet. Is we'd have to spend roughly 13 hours just making 11% pots if we were to convert every single one at the moment. Which obviously down the line for alchemy we need to do. Or just mean kind of making them to order at this point. Just because otherwise, yeah, we have like a over 12 hour make 11% grind we gotta do. Which is more so an alchemy grind than a, you know, do while doing forager grind. Because that's like 2 days where we're doing no forager and just doing alchemy. Which we do have to do at some point, obviously, but I don't think we do that quite yet. It's on the to-do list, but not on the to-do list prior to monument completion. But I do need to make some more soon. I'm not sure exactly how many we'll need across the entire grind. But even if we're just using it on knowledge points, I think we need about 500-ish more, roughly. Also, we didn't make it in time. I had a feeling we wouldn't. No! But at least we don't get to waste any knowledge now. Otherwise, we would have wasted whatever this percent is over 100%. So even though we didn't get to double dip it, we did get like +4, +5% knowledge, if nothing else. So it was kind of worth it. It looks like we're going to get 5% by the end. So we are going to... We did just use an 11% only for one knowledge point. But we gained 5% knowledge, so... Kind of was worth it. Technically, if we had enough 11%, I would start doing that every time, technically. Like, for example, right now, we could drink an 11% and use that once. But only use them once instead of double dipping them. Because this ensures that we never waste any points. But it comes with the downside of consuming twice as many 11%. Which means I would have to make almost 1,000 of them. Which would take like 5 hours, roughly, give or take a little. But I really feel like I should, honestly. And start using them every single time rather than only then. The only thing I have to keep in mind is I do need our amount of potions to last us until tier 7. Because it needs to be able to do all of the forager grind and still have enough for tier 7 when we start getting to 12%. Otherwise, we'd eventually run out of good boost potions. I don't think that's going to be too big a deal, though. Because at absolute most, if we did it that way, we'd use the 1,000 for forager. Which means I'd still have over 2,000 left, slightly over 2,000. Slightly over 2,000 should be way more than enough for one set of alchemy levels. And for the venture once per day. So I'm not too concerned about that. Ugh. Which means, yeah, I think we start doing that then. That just means at some point off stream, I need to go grind like 5 hours of making potions. Maybe I'll start a little bit smaller and do like 500 first. Which would take like 3-ish hours, not even. So at some point I need to go throw in those few hours to go make like 500 pots then. That'll make up to a max stack. The problem is the max stack would take like a little under 6 hours, probably closer to 5. But I should throw that in at some point. It's decently AFK as well. Especially if I pre-buy the periwinkle, which I would for that. I would just go buy almost 1,000 periwinkle and then, you know, convert them as we need. But yeah, I guess I'll do that somewhat soon. I probably won't do that prior to tier 8. Just so we can get to that slightly better passives. But starting sometime this weekend, I'll probably start poking at that here and there. As that does sound like a good idea. Start 11% boosting every knowledge point rather than every other. It consumes twice as many pots, but it makes the grind quicker, and it makes it so we never waste any knowledge percent. Which is the biggest thing. Because whenever you're trying to double, you sometimes waste a few percent here and there. But doing it for every single knowledge point means you never lose any percent knowledge per hour. Because one lap is never going to be over 100%. That's not, that won't happen, ever. Like, physically, there's nothing in the game that if you grab 24 of would end up getting you a knowledge point. Even a whole inventory of merchant doesn't do that. It is not a full inventory of anything in the game that gives you a knowledge point, currently. Most of them give you like about 1/5 of a knowledge point. Or 1/4 of a knowledge point or so. I guess the only exception to that is if you're turning in like a mega bounty. Like if you had like 3 times, 4 times bounties and you were turning all those in for some skills. That might be the only exception. But not counting bounties, there is no single node in the entire game, not even for merchant. Assuming you're taking 1 times bounties. That if you took a full inventory for would give you a knowledge point. Most skills aren't even close. Like they're like a 4 knowledge at best, most of them, for doing such a thing. So you're never going to over encumber if you drink a potion for every knowledge point then, which I guess we might start doing. I just got to go make enough 11% to do that. Because our current number would run out in like a day if I tried doing that. Like we'd literally run out in 1 day. So yeah, at some point I just need to go and AFK a bunch of those off stream. Make like 5 hours worth of 11% pots. Get a max stack and that should last us the rest of the grind. There's going to be several hours where obviously we're gaining 0 forager, but I think in the long term it's worth it. It's also getting us the alchemy XP we eventually need anyways. Which is less alchemy grind we've got to do later. It's not like it's be completely wasted the XP or anything. But most of that grind I was going to do probably in September, I think. But how everything's aligning with my schedule and what the game schedules is as far as updates and everything. September is probably going to be alchemy month. I might be able to push all the way to max. Not sure if I'll be able to start right at the beginning of September. But assuming hurricane season is tame this year. And we don't get distracted by that. Yeah, I think like sometime by mid-September, if not at the beginning of September. I think we can push to 500 alchemy then. There are a handful of factors that would stop us, like if alchemy bounties were announced to be like a month or 2 after that or something. In which case we'd probably wait for those bounties then. But otherwise, yeah, by mid-September, I think we can go for the 500 alchemy grind. I think we'll have everything banked. Maybe not everything banked, but you know. We have enough banked that we wouldn't hit 0 gold by getting max alchemy. Like, we have enough that we wouldn't just, like, completely bankrupt ourselves while keeping every potion. Because that's the big thing. I do want to keep every potion when we do the alchemy grind. But we should be at the point that we should be able to. It'll probably still cost, like, 200 gold. But we're also gaining, like, every best in slot potion across the entire game at every single tier that we get to keep all of. So all that for like 200 gold is kind of worth it. It's pretty expensive, but we're talking like over 10,000 EXP pots for every chapter, over 10,000 healing pots, over 10,000 combat pots, you know, stuff like that. Like, the cost is high, but the reward is also high. Because putting it that way, even a basic 5% pot is pretty expensive. If you were to get like 10 or 20,000 of it, like, it's not cheap. Because what does that come out to? Where's my math head not working? If we do 10,000 times like, I don't know, 2.5. Yeah, it's like, why couldn't I just do that in my head? That's like 25 gold just for like a basic 5%. That's pretty underwhelming. So when you put it that way, you know, spending 200 gold to max out alchemy and getting like over 10,000 of each one of those useful pots overall at like double what you could buy from the store as far as effectiveness is so good. Like, the cost sounds high, but when you put into account what it would cost if you just bought it from the shop for something half as strong, it starts to sound not horrible. Because the difference between it becomes a lot smaller. Like, we're only spending like an extra 50 to 100 gold, but getting potions that are 2 times effective while also getting a max skill. And a skill that is somewhat expensive to train if you're keeping all the potions. So to only waste like an extra 50 or 100 gold at best is not that bad. Where it might cost us like 200 gold, but the difference in how much it was already going to cost us anyways, it's only costing us like an extra 50 to 100. As if we didn't keep the potions, we'd of course still need them at some point. So we'd have to buy like the cheaper ones, so you have to account for that cost. Like, if we need, for whatever reason, 20,000 healing potions in the future and we have to buy them at 6 silver each, that is very expensive compared to having them in the bank for free. Well, technically not for free, but they would cost us, depending on the healing potion, anywhere from 4 silver to about 12.5 silver each for each of them. Which is potentially twice as much at some level ranges, but we're getting a 52% or 50% rather than a 35%. So when accounting for the extra healing, it kind of pays for itself. It's just the upfront money for alchemy is just really high anyway you look at it. Unless you're like mega wide routing it, which I don't think anyone has done in the history of the game yet. Mostly because they keep changing it. But I don't think anyone has trained alchemy to max without buying a single item from the shop. I'm pretty sure no one has or ever will do that. Get 500 alchemy without ever once buying a reagent from the shop. Would be kind of crazy. For one, Chapter 5 would have to be out to really be able to fully route that. But also, even if you were to do it just with the 4 chapters right now, they keep rebalancing it so much that even if that was the only thing you were rushing, you would already been reworked like twice within that time between botanists and milestones. It's just not realistic to do with how much they keep overhauling the game. Not to mention they could do it a 3rd time, potentially, which I hope they don't do. Is why I want to go rush alchemy right now. Before they go overhaul alchemy a 3rd time. Like maybe around the time of the bounties or something. So I kind of want to get it in before then in case they do a 3rd overhaul. I don't think they will, but you never know. I'd sure hope they wouldn't, but they've done it twice. Technically 3 times already. Because the combat rework changes some too. So yeah, never mind. There's actually been 3 times. I forgot. Alchemy has been overhauled 3 times already. Not 2. Because it got overhauled with the combat rework around this time last year. It got overhauled when Botanist came out last summer. And it got overhauled 2 weeks ago with the Milestone update. So it's been overhauled 3 times, not 2. So if they did it again, that'd be a 4th overhaul for alchemy. Poor alchemy skill. Which is why I'm kind of hoping that they would stop doing it, because they've already done it 3 times, but, you know, if they've done it 3 times, they could do it a 4th, or a 5th, or a 6th. You never know. I hope they're done reworking it, though. Otherwise, we're going to lose a lot of banked XP if they rework it additional time at this point. Because everything I'm trying to align is to the current system. Oh, so I gotta really make sure to stop selling stuff to shops, like when we sold the grapes and the other things that we lost like 50 gold on. We need to just keep everything, because it's basically a stock that cannot fail. It's almost like if you're a billionaire. Because if it goes down, you don't lose money, but if it goes up, or sorry, if it goes down, you don't lose money. If it goes up, you gain value. Like, you literally can't lose. So I need to stop selling stuff from my bank, like I have a couple times already, because we already lost 50 gold from it. I don't think we're getting that back. But, it's basically a stock that cannot fail. Because if it ever goes down, they refund the difference. And if it ever goes up, then we gain the value of whatever went up. Like, you literally can't lose. So you might as well just keep everything in your bank forever. Because they can only go up in value. They can never go down, technically. So I need to stop ever selling anything to a shop and just let it sit. Because if they ever rework the values again, as long as we're keeping all of our stock in the thing, it's either going to go up or up. It can't go down. Because if it goes down, it goes up. And if it goes up, it goes up. Because they compensate for whenever it goes down. So you literally can't lose. So you might as well just have as many items in your bank at all times and never sell anything. Until 1.0. Because we've already lost so much gold from doing so in the past. Even just in the last few weeks. So literally just keep everything in there, even if it's completely useless. As it might make free money at some point. But yeah, that analogy is quite fitting, because honestly, that's pretty much how billionaires function. Because if they ever lose money, they just get subsidized from the government. And if they make money, they just keep all the profit. So currently, the way resources are working in Brighter Shores whenever there's an update is working the same way that every billionaire functions in the entire world. Or they literally can't lose. Because if they lose money, they just get bailed out in some way, and if they make money, they just make money, and they get to keep it all. It's the same way that every single item in your bank is working right now in Brighter Shores. Since they compensate you whenever something goes down, and if something goes up, you just get the value of, you know, it going up. So you can literally never lose. But I learned my lesson from selling the other stuff. Hold everything. Keep everything in bank forever. Other than the few potions we gotta consume because we need them. Which even that we got value on. We didn't get compensated for it, but for example, all the fear potions we had in the bank we made money on. I should have kept my old ones too, because we would have made money on those too. I think I sold some of my lower tiers because like, oh, it's too low of a number to bother using. But not only is that number bigger now, but it's also worth more than it was before. So we lost money there too in the past. Not as much as the 50 gold that we lost from selling the grapes, but still lost a bit. Probably like a dozen or 2 gold. While also not having the potions. Because before we would have gained like a dozen or 2 gold. And kept the potions. If we would have just held them. So long story short, keep every resource even if it's useless. Regardless of tier, just hoard everything. As you literally can't lose value on it, you can only gain value. Now, anytime you lose values, if you finally sell it or consume it. Alright, 3 levels to go. We're almost there. 3 hours should 3 levels should take under 3 hours. We're getting 1.2 per hour based on the math earlier, which means a little over 2.5 hours we should get there. Probably like 2 minutes or 2 hours 40, 2 hours 50. But we're finally under the 3 hour mark. And then we'll go +5 passive the scrap metal, which we'll use for smithing eventually. And also for more XP now. And then going into tomorrow, of course, we will be at the level range where we could do Monument Jade. With our main goal being doing the entirety of Jade tomorrow. And if we really want to be ambitious, maybe we can get to the Bone Zone, but I don't think we're going to be able to get there, I don't think. I think tomorrow's goal is literally just Jade Monument and just kind of mess around a bit. Because the other goal is just too ambitious, I think. It's not possible to gain 8 levels, so tomorrow I don't think. Mostly because Jade route is a little bit slower. Like, we definitely could, but we'd have to go for like 8 to 9 hours tomorrow. And I'd rather split that up a little bit. But 100% the following day we would. But just to split it up a little bit, I don't think we're going to try for the 8-9 hour tomorrow. We could, but we'll just finish it the following day. We're not in that big of a rush. I keep forgetting to grab the other 2 starfish. Ever since I've been doing this other route, I keep doing the previous one, just without the fish. But I'm supposed to also be grab the 2 starfish all the way up north, which is slowing us down a little. Because I'm pretty sure not grabbing them is a little bit worse. Because we're wasting more bank time. Though I haven't actually done the math on the difference between the 2. Which we technically could. I don't think I'm going to bother right now, though. We did the math for the route where we go to take it at the top. So because we know that number, we can just do the other route where we don't take it and see what the difference is between the 2 numbers. They're both so close to each other that it really doesn't matter, though. Like, they are very comparable. Whatever number is going to come out. Like, we're talking like a single-digit number in percentage difference. If even any at all. Like, we're talking like a 1, 2, 3% difference. So I'm not going to bother doing the math. If you were here for long enough, it would matter. But even with how much we have to do this grind, I don't think we're here long enough for like a 1% difference to matter. That's why we don't bother tiling to this tile. As that 1% difference is barely going to matter at all. Let me remember to grab them, though. I hate that you can't just walk down there, though. You can't path through this one area right here. Interesting, he's picking up jade pieces. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. He's not at the level to do jade pieces. Right. We still have him here. Refresh. Unless he's way higher level than what's this saying. I'm so confused. He's either way higher level than what this is saying, or I'm confused why he would be grabbing jade pieces there. I don't think it's enough XP to grab, even with how close they are. But I guess because he's probably doing drop method, maybe it is? Because there's a lot of nodes right on top of each other where you're like barely walking at all. But the XP per each is like, I'm pretty sure under 10k. Because it would be a tier 6 final jade piece. Which is whatever this is, not that. should be whatever this is. Yeah, it's 8K each. I don't feel like that's worth. But it's hard to tell because if you grab 2 of them compared to having to walk like X amount of distance, it is technically more than a single node right now. Grabbing that double node. That's one thing that's really hard to calculate for. Number of tiles moved relative to how quickly you keep taking nodes. Because every node has a delay before you get it. It's not like you get it and like literally just touch it and get it. So each node has a small delay on it. But also you have to account for movement time. So you have to account for every node delay that you're touching, but also the movement between object to object. Which is really annoying to calculate for if you're just doing one single object. Or a few small objects. Because it's such a small fractional difference. That the math is really annoying on it. It's such a small number of difference. But also so many factors that you have to account for. Because generally speaking, taking a smaller amount of bigger nodes is better than taking a high amount of smaller nodes. And the main reason for that is every single thing in this game has that same delay on it. But the main caveat to that is walking distance. If you're taking a bunch of nodes that are very, very, very short walking distance, like these 2 right here, compared to taking one node that is very far away, there's a non-zero chance taking these 2 jade pieces is better value than taking that 1 starfish in the corner. Assuming you're doing drop method. Because those 2 jade pieces you'd be able to get quicker than the 1 star in the corner. So if we had to route double jade piece there or 1 star, it's actually better to do double jade. Because when accounting for the number of tiles and everything, even with the delay of taking 2 resources, it'd still be quicker to take the double jade there. Even though we have upgraded starfish but not upgraded jade, it'd still be quicker to do double jade in that hypothetical. Of course I'm doing neither of those 2, because we just don't need it for this route. But if we did, double jade piece there would actually be better than grabbing the corner starfish. That's how bad that corner starfish is, by the way. If you wonder why we never grab it. Double jade piece on this route would be better XP than grabbing that starfish in the corner. And more knowledge points as well from grabbing double jade piece. And it would be quicker. Like, everything about it is just better. It's more XP, it's more knowledge, and it's quicker. The only downside is it takes 2 inventory instead of 1. But if you're doing some kind of drop method, that wouldn't really matter. Though with banking, it kind of does matter. A lot of people AFKing for once. I wish that was something that you could see in game. Like the number of people in the entire server AFKing a given node. I really, really, really wish that was data that was showed. Like if you hovered over this, it would have a number with like a green live button or something that shows like 56, showing that there's currently 56 people in the entire game passiving that actively right now. And by that, I mean like they're not doing like a 2-day one where it's not going anymore. Like, I mean still, like, their character is still actively doing that activity, which they could do up to 23 hours. I really wish I had, like, a little number next to it, in, like, a different colored text with a little symbol next to it, that would show the number of people in the entire game that are currently passiving that passive at a given time. I would love that as a feature at some point. So you can kind of see how many people are there, even though they're not logged in, but they're still technically actively doing it. Or, you know, passively actively. Like, their character is still technically actively doing it, even though they're offline. But I would love to see that at some point. Not sure if they're ever going to do that. But just a number next to every passive showing the total number of players that are still in that passive at a given time. Not broken down by tier, just like the total across. Like, obviously, you would count all the people at tier 2s, tier 0, tier 1, tier, you know, whatever. It wouldn't have a tier breakdown, just the total number. Because that'd be too much info if it did a tier breakdown. But just the total number of people that are still doing that passive at any given time. For each passive in the game just by hovering over it. Or at least some menu that you can look in. Because it would also help newer players try to figure out what passives might be more worthwhile. If they go to a passive activity and see it has, you know, like 50 people doing it compared to another passive that has like 300 people doing it. It would also help to kind of show the player numbers a little bit better. There's obviously a lot of people passive like crazy. But if you see a passive that has like 1,000 something people on it, but the player base is like 150 people, it's like, oh yeah, there is still a player base. They're just all passiving. I'm trying to think of the passive that would have the most amount of people if you did it that way. It would have to be a passive that kind of like you would always do in a given chapter. And it would also have to be in chapter 1 or 2. I don't know, what would that passive be? Oh, I know which one it would be. If they don't have a breakdown for it, it would be the botanist passive. Because all botanist passives are done at the same location. So anyone doing any of these like almost dozen different passives would all be on the exact same passive technically in a sense. So if they don't do it like a direct breakdown per each, it would count them all as one. And that one would probably have over like 2,000 people on it. Even at current player base number. Just from all the people resetting passives that happen to be doing that. Maybe not that high, but it would probably be over 1,000. Maybe not as high as 2,000, but it'd be like slightly under or slightly over 1,000 people probably. If it accounts every single one of those botanist passives as one. Because it's all done at one location. Because that currently has the highest concentration of any passive in the game. It's like a dozen of them all at one single spot. It's, I guess, the reason why they end up doing the seeds. Because the seeds end up making it so, do you know what? I'm actually going to grab this double. I want to try something. I want to see. Isn't this worth? Grab this, then drop. Problem is we don't get a drop all until we get the second one. I'm not sure if that's worth or not. But it's more worth than grabbing the starfish in the corner, I know that. That would also give time for the shells in the other room to go replenish. Which I wonder if there's a weird route I can do with that. There somewhat is, because I would be able to skip the kelp in this room. Ooh, a new tech unlocked? Wait. New tech unlocked for our route? Hold. Ooh, I think I know a new route we can go do. I'm not sure if it's going to make some of our timers a little bit weird, though. I think it might. But I think I see a very interesting new route we just unlocked. Hold up. Hold all the hold-ups. I think I see a new route we can try. It does require dropping something each time, though. But I kind of want to try it. Let's go try this new route. So it's going to start the same, but it's going to end very differently. Also, I will probably drop the one kelp on left. I think we have enough room to drop it. So we're going to grab this. Grab this. Grab that. Grab that. Grab that. This will ultimately result in us getting less kelp, but it will give us more starfish. So it'll give us more combat potions, but less healing, which is kind of fine. But let's go try to test out this new route. The only big downside of it is it does require us to double drop an item. One singular item. But I need to do that to have enough delay for the other refresh. So we're going to do this. We grab everything from this room. Twice. Instead of just once. Which is, I think, the biggest scheme that we end up getting. Because both of these are the really two good XP yield ones. Especially at this level range. So it allows us to double dip this room. So what I do now is grab the 2 starfish. Grab the 2 monument pieces right there. Drop the 2 monument pieces on not the starfish. Do not drop it on the starfish. And then we grab everything from this room. And then we do a really weird route when we go back to the other room. Which I'm not sure if they're going to respawn in time is the only problem with that. I think I might have to wait. That's the only thing that kind of doesn't work with this route. Because I think by the time I reset the route, we're at a weird delay for, at the beginning of it. Oh, no, we'll find out in a second. So we'll walk over here. We'll drop this. We can then grab everything from this room, which should spawn like any second now. Okay, there is a small delay here is the only problem. And now we can grab basically everything in this room. But how am I doing the other room now, though, is the only problem. Because if I grab everything here, and only grab like a starfish or two in the other thing or whatever, we are going to be in a really, really weird time cycle where I gotta wait on the room. Well, not if I grab the two furthest nodes. So if I grab the 0 kelp and the other one that's kind of close, we should be fine. So if I grab this and this, and then head over there, these should be respawned by the time we come back here. Interesting. We're gonna try that again. But that kind of works. And it gives us more starfish, which is nice. A lot more starfish and a lot more XP. It gives us less kelp, but it's only healing potion. Like, we care about healing potion, but we don't, like, care about healing potion. We'll realistically use way more combat potions than we ever will healing. And it's also more XP per hour. I'm not sure what the math is on it, but there's no way this isn't more XP per hour. Because we get to double dip the real best room for our XP at the moment. So let's try this again. We take this, we take this, we take this. This should respawn by the time we get back over there. I should have doubled that. But this should respawn by the time we get over there. Hopefully. We'll find out in a second. Yep, it does. Oh! Okay, I see our route then. And then that will respawn by the time we get there. Actually, even the one we just took respawned on us. We could have double taken the same resource, which would be kind of funny, but no. I don't think this could be consistent enough, but it is kind of funny that I could double take if I truly want to. I don't think this could be 100% consistent. Okay, well, I see the route now. There is a very, very, very small wait time in this room, though, I do have to say. Is there anything else I can grab in that other room? I guess technically double cod, but I think that's too far away. Like, I need to stall this other room by, like, 2 seconds more. But there's no other way I can grab more value within 2 seconds without wasting more than 2 seconds. I could if there was like one more node in this little area. The cod would take too long. Because that would take over the allotted amount of time. So would that, so would that. Like, everything's too far for me to grab. So we're just gonna have to wait it, it's fine. Worst comes to worst, that'd be a great time to do an XP pot if nothing else. If we wanted the XP pot there rather than at some other point in the cycle. And then we grab this node. There'll be a 2-second delay. Oh, sorry, other one, never mind. Starfish is first. But yeah, that's just enough delay to drink an XP pot if we want to start drinking it there. Maybe I'll start doing that, I guess. We'll start drinking our 5% at that spot. As there's just enough delay for me to drink at 0 time. Because one issue with every single one of my cycles when we start is I'm never 0 timing it. Interesting, I only have like one inventory here. I guess I just grabbed the one kelp on our way back. The shell's a little bit too out of the way. So we'll grab this one kelp. And then we head back. Then we grab everything. Repeat the cycle. Sometimes I'll have to grab shell kelp, other times we'll just have to grab one. Yeah, I like it. We're gonna try this for a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna deliberately not drink an XP pot here. I'm gonna start drinking the XP pot in the downtime of the one shell there. As there's just enough time for us to put something in there, and that something is gonna be XP pot. So we deliberately skip that one kelp over there. This kelp should hopefully be spawned by the time we get there. Maybe we should take that shell instead, since it takes a little bit longer to get there. This kelp's not looking too good. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna take the shell instead. Because the kelp's not spawned yet. But the shell would be. Alright, we're gonna start taking that shell instead of the kelp. It's better anyway, so it works out. We do have to go a little bit out of our way, but it is for a little bit more XP. And it makes it so our timer for the next set is correct. Otherwise, every other time it's going to be slightly wrong. Because sometimes we get doubles, other times we only get it once. But on any set that we get the double, I have to go for side shell rather than the kelp. Otherwise, it puts the timer kind of weirdly when we come back the follow-up cycle. Alright, so grab this, double drop that on that tile. Then we EXP pot over there, and by the time the EXP pot is fully finished drinking, it should spawn almost instantly. If not literally instantly. Like, it should be almost perfect timing. So we drop these right there. I then go right over here. I then drink the EXP pot per cycle at this tile right here, and then I click right here. Oh, that is so perfect! I love it. Oh, I forgot to grab the shell, though. Gotta wait for the shell to spawn. And in here, because we didn't get the double, we'd have to go for kelp plus shell. But otherwise, if we only have one inventory, we'll go for only one shell. Otherwise, the one kelp wouldn't be spawned in time. But here we can go for kelp shell, and it should be fine. Because we're taking more time to do it. We should also, with how the timer works, be able to grab double shell there, though I'm probably not going to bother with that. I can actually take that shell twice in a row. Because by the time I take it once, it should respawn the second time. Let's see if that happens again, though, consistently. Because we could technically start routing that if we want. It's a 0-tile shell, potentially. I would just have to wait like one tick for it to spawn. Like half a second, not even. And of course, we still have our XP pot. We won't end up drinking it here. Honestly, these two cups we could even start ignoring if we really want to. They're not that needed for this route. Because I could just grab more in this room. Instead of grabbing the kelp. Oh no, this not gonna be that big a difference. The only difference is like maybe one more shell or something. I think it's fine to grab those two, I guess. But yeah, this shell right here I should be able to grab twice. This is not gonna align. No, it's not gonna align. But you should be spawned though. There we go. Yeah, we can't double grab it, but it does look like these will spawn right on time. Like right on time. Alright, there we go. Alright, perfect. We know our cycle now. Let's keep doing that. This should be even better than what we were doing before. Oh, no, if we don't misclick. And the best part is we get slightly more starfish from it. As that means every set we get to grab, instead of 3 or 5 starfish, we're grabbing, 7. Which is almost like a third of our total inventory, just starfish. Which is also our current highest best thing we even take at the moment, which is one of the reasons why we're routing like this right now. We would not be doing this if we were at a, like level 15, for example. This is definitely a level 32 route. Not a level 15 route. Because this is really trying to prioritize as many starfish as possible. Because they're the best thing we'd be taking at the moment while routing everything else in this area. Whereas at level 15, that would be shell, not starfish. And now this should spawn right there. Perfect! Wow, I love it. And now this should spawn as soon as I take this. And there we go. And I'm only going to have one inventory this time. That means we take further shell. Because I got to make sure it's spawned in time. So even though the kelp is closer, the other shell is more XP. But the main reason we have to take the shell is if I don't take the shell, the kelp will not be spawned by the time I get back. But if I take this shell, it should hopefully be spawned by the time I get back. We'll find out in a second. But this should be respawned by the time we come back here. As we take everything else in the room before we go there. And that just sets up the timer so we can respawn. But yeah, hopefully it will be. I'm not sure if it will. But fingers crossed, that thing should be respawned by the time we get back. At most, we might have to wait like half a second at it. But hopefully we just walk right up to it and then it's there. We'll probably be walking up to it with it not spawned, but the second we get next to it, it should be spawned. But I'm liking this new route. Oh yeah, I'm skipping that one corner kelp low. It's the only thing that make this not spawned yet. Is we are completely dropping the corner kelp. As well as doing that to gain a tile. Alright, moment of truth. Is it spawned? It might not be. It is! Alright, that's the loop. Look at that. Perfect. No time waste. By the time we were in the tile, it was already there, so we could click on it. One thing I didn't do is doubling it, though. I wasn't expecting the double to be ready. Yeah, this is our new route. I love it. This is only viable at 32, though. You would not do this at level 15. It grabs too many starfish rather than shell. You technically could do it at that level, but I'm pretty sure it's not as good. As a specific route does kind of require starfish to be your, the upgraded. Poor Jade Stack. Don't worry, I'll do you in a second. Alright, that's gonna delay us slightly, but let's go use our knowledge point. There we go. Grab black, grab black, grab black. And then I think this is a double take. It's also really easy to tell if we need a single or double here. Like, obviously we have the double here, because we only got a single double rather than double double. We can tell by how much inventory we have left, of course. And then we grab kelp shell instead of just shell. Because you gotta remember not to grab kelp if we only have one inventory, but it should be pretty obvious. If we have one or two inventory at this moment. You can kind of see it a mile away. Well, so I'm gonna deliberately not double here. I'm saving it for next route so it's on cycle. Even though we do have a double ready. I'm also gonna manually click here so we can get to bank a little bit quicker. As the tile that it moves you to is only worth going to that shell for. If you're skipping that shell, it's actually wasting a tile. For immediately going to bank after. I'm not sure how worth this double kelp is. The main reason I'm taking it is mostly just to delay the timer. As I do need to delay the timer by X amount of time, and this is pretty much the exact X amount of time that we need. Because I gotta delay it until these things respawn. And it's pretty much the perfect amount of time I'll get getting a double node rather than a single. So we skip that kelp, but make up for it with the other double kelp that's closer. And in a second we walk up to this, the thing should be ready. And then that one will be ready. Yep, there we go. A little bit of a delay, but it's like 1 or 2 tick delay. We're getting there like literally as it spawns, so I can't click on it preemptively. So there's a small delay there, but it's fine. It's very small. We're pretty much getting their same tick, but because we're getting their same tick, ideally it needs to spawn 1 tick before we get there. Because if it spawns the same tick we get there, we gotta, you know, have the delay of actually reacting to it spawning. We can't preemptively click on it. So there's a small delay there, but it's very trivial. This route otherwise is pretty much as perfect as it could be. I can't think of anything else we can modify to kind of get it where it needs to be, because the timing's already so tight. With a couple of them literally being tick perfect. But yeah, this is gonna be our route. Hey, at this rate, we might get done by 5. Original estimate was slightly over, but honestly, this is so much more efficient. This might be like a good 5 or 10% over what we were doing before. And then we drink here, then we grab this. We'll spawn pretty much right when we're ready. Small delay, but it's fine. This one will be ready as well, just with a slight small delay. Good to go, double that. That means we only gotta grab the side shell. But by the time we get back to that side shell, it'll spawn right in front of our face as soon as we get there. Then we cycle it in a bit. So right here we need 1 inventory, so we'll grab that shell. Doing the kelp makes it so it's not gonna spawn in time. But the shell is just ever so slightly further away that it will. We'll manual a tile over here to save a tile on our way to the bank. And then we go bank. It feels weird already being XP boosted as we're banking, though. It's the only slight downside of this pathing is we are wasting some XP time while doing bank. But we are 0 time drinking the potion. So it kind of evens out somewhat. The downside is we are wasting a potion effect while doing something that doesn't give us any XP. But we're also drinking the potion with, like, instantly, basically. Since we're just drinking it in the downtime of the spawn. Rather than right at the beginning of a set, we're just wasting all the time of drinking it. And we manually click there to save a tile. I don't think that time saving is needed when we take both, but I think it does help when we do this. Because now when we walk there, that shell should spawn right in front of us. And then we just click on it, like that. So saving that one tile does matter on this set, but the next set it doesn't matter saving that one tile. I'll probably still do it out of habit, though. But only when we did a single prior do we have to do it. If we did a double, we don't have to do that movement. Because we're going to have a 1 tick delay anyways before we need to grab it. But we do want to do it the other way because we get there 1 tick quicker to take it a third of a second quicker. The only other efficient thing we're not doing is I believe I need a path to this starfish manually upwards. I keep going and just clicking on it. But honestly, I can't be bothered to do that one. I'll do the other ones. That one we're just going to ignore. There's like the one efficiency thing in this path that I will not be doing. Also, it's kind of funny. This stack is getting taller as I keep dropping them. And because of it, it's almost blocking my hitbox. As the stack does elevate ever so slightly as you get more things on it. That does look like 6 is going to be its max cap, though. But it keeps, like, elevating some because it's a 6 stack. Which is somewhat blocking our click when we're trying to take the thing that's so close to the ground. Alright, so we're on a double path this time? Okay, so I gotta grab kelp plus shell this time. It's gonna keep alternating. That's the only problem with the double tool. It makes you have to pay attention to what cycle you're on. Whereas before, it was always the same cycle every time you would ever go for most things. But now with the double tool, you're always like a weird number every route you do. Basically, every other route is alternating based on if you get single double or double double. Oops, I should have manually clicked there. This is what happens when we don't. We have to repath through a tile we otherwise already would have been through. So every time we manual click, we save one tile, and every tile saved should be 0.325 seconds, I believe. Basically a third of a second is saved every time. Which is basically nothing, but it's more than nothing, so we'll do it. And since we are 1 tick behind, that means this spawn should be pretty fine this time. Like, we shouldn't have to wait on the kelp at all. Not that we normally would even need to, but... like, it will spawn 1 tick earlier than it otherwise would have in the past. So let me go save the one tile here, then. So we'll save the other tick that we get from saving this tile. To make up for the one we lost here. And now the second we come up to it, it should spawn. Yep. Nice. Oh, did I accidentally double this one? I didn't mean to double that. Whoops. I was wondering why there's a shell on the ground. I tried doubling it when I only had 1 inventory left. Oh no! I meant to save that for next cycle. Now there's gonna be a shell that's gonna sit on the ground there for like 10 minutes. Oh no. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? This is actually tile neutral. Never mind. We don't have to manual click that starfish. They're both 5 tiles because you can't diagonal through steers. That's why the game keeps pathing me that way. Alright, the game is fine. I thought we might have been able to save a tile there. It's actually tile neutral. They're both 5 tiles. Because the route that looks like it might be quicker is technically not quicker. It is if it was flat ground, but because it's steers, you can't diagonal through the tile. And because you can't diagonal there, it's actually both 5 tiles. So it doesn't actually save a tile then. If it was flat ground, it would, but it's not flat ground. So I'm going to do something weird this route just because I'm going to get annoyed by that shell being on my tile. I'm gonna grab only one shell this set, but grab the shell that's underneath us. So I'm gonna grab basically the other shell from the double I did the previous time when we had full inventory. I'm still gonna do it on the better tile though, because you get diagonal loot in this game. So I'm gonna grab it like this. And now I can manually walk there when I need to on the next set. Because that's the reason I want to remove that shell, because otherwise we can't walk on that tile. Or we can, we just have to click weirdly. But I just want to get rid of it so we don't have to do anything weird to go there. Otherwise I'd have to do a different click to get to that tile, and I just want to do it normally. So we're going to remove it now so we don't have to wait 10 minutes. And now with it removed, we should be able to just manually click there normally, as we normally would for all movement. Just left click. Otherwise I would have to like middle mouse button or whatever I have it bound to. I think it's middle mouse. But now we can manually click there. And one tick beforehand, the thing should spawn. Actually, I think it's 2 tick. But it'll spawn with plenty of time for us to go grab it. And now we just click on it, so it's a lot more convenient. And then we'll click over here. And it should spawn in. Yep, there it goes. Which that one spawned a little bit quicker. I guess my other set was off slightly. Alright, so I gotta remember to drink 11% for this next set. And hey, that's gonna get us a level, I think. We're pretty close to it. We only have 2 levels left. We gotta try doing that in... Let's see if we can do it in under 2 hours. I think this is gonna be the main test of how much more efficient this set is. Can we, in under 2 hours, finish this? Instead of the original estimate that would have been slightly over that. Now we're gonna get pop-ups here. I'm gonna ignore it with the X. And then hopefully I can get this drop before the screen comes up. Because I want to get the manual click onto the tile that we need to move to before the screen comes up. Not sure if we're going to be able to, because I need to both drop and move there at the same time. And I'm not sure if the drop command is going to last long enough. No, it didn't! No! It blocked my movement. Got scammed out of free value. That's going to be slightly slower. I don't think there's any way to go around that, unfortunately. Unless I did the camera in a really weird angle where I could click past the screen. But the pop-up came right when I clicked, which canceled my movement. Because I was trying to move there while the screen was up so I could EXP potion without closing the menu. But, yeah, I wasn't able to get it. If we did a really weird camera angle, we could. I would just have to click around the pop-up. But we can't beat the pop-up. We just have to click around it. Oh yeah, don't double that. That keeps popping up for a double. I need to never do that. It keeps taunting us with a double there, but it actually sets us off cycle. So even though we do have a double there, we actually want to deliberately not use it. And then just use it on the next available time, which is right at the beginning of the set. Or I don't know, is this considered the beginning of the set now? It's hard to tell. I guess since we're still banking, this would be considered the beginning of the set. Because normally I consider the beginning of the set when you use the XP pot. But the way that we're routing this doesn't actually use XP pot at the start. It does it in the middle. Just so we can zero time the potion rather than waste time at the beginning. Oh, we got a slight delay that time. That's weird. I'm not sure why we get there early sometimes. Like, it's from the previous set being slightly quicker. But sometimes we have to wait a tick or two at the kelp. But then other times it's already spawned. Which means we're gaining a few ticks somewhere at some point. That we're losing on other cycles. But 2 levels to go. And easily we'll get that in under 2 hours. It's really just a matter of how much under. Poor Jade Stack. It only gets Looks, it only gets to become a 8 jade stack for a short duration, but then it keeps going back to a 6 due to the 10-minute ground timer. And we drink our potion right here. Then we wait 1 tick and then click here. And we're good to go. There is a small delay there, which is kind of unfortunate. There's not much we can do about that. We can't really route it any tighter than this. I don't think we can. We're running out of improvement areas. Without, like, putting it into some kind of, like, hypercomputer. Need, like, quantum physics to figure out the merchant's problem. Not of merchant skill, but the study of the merchant problem. Like when you have like a bunch of things that you need to get to, and then figure out like the most efficient routing. As the computing power for that is quite high, just because of the amount of possibilities. I'm not sure if any computer can actually do that at the moment. Quantum computers likely can. It just has to factor in too many things. Like, humans can, but obviously we can never do it, like, perfectly efficiently. We can just kind of guesstimate what feels better. But we can never calculate out, like, the millions of billions of possibilities that could be of every possible route. Obviously, a lot of those are not viable, though. Like, it's doing a lot of routes that aren't needed. But I'm pretty sure you could just tweak the formula in some way that would get rid of a lot of those excesses, though. Which is the way that most modern computers likely do it. Because otherwise, if you tried computing every possible option, it would just be way too many. But like 95% of those you don't even need because they're not worth doing. Yeah, this one's definitely decent enough. I can't think of any other improvement we can make to it at the moment that would really change it too much. The only thing that feels kind of bad is having to waste time grabbing double kelp at the beginning. But I gotta delay some amount of time so the other thing spawns in time. Otherwise, we gotta do a triple set that's gonna get really awkward. Because that's something I would never consider, but might be more efficient. Instead of alternating between 2 routes, I might have to alternate between 3 routes, would probably be more efficient. I just can't be bothered to try to figure that out right now. But there's a possibility that alternating between 3 routes instead of 2 would be slightly better by, like, 2%. But there's no way I'm going to try to figure that out right now. This is good enough. I like this route. It's going well. Because the main issue with this route is the double kelp we grab at the beginning. We're doing that just because we're time delaying. We're not doing it because it's actually worth it. We're doing it to stall the timer on this shell. No, maybe it is actually worth it. I'm not sure. But regardless, we gotta stall the timer on that shell, and we're choosing to do this double kelp to do that with. As it's better than grabbing that 1/4 kelp. I will save the tick because I'm not sure if this thing is going to be on time or if we have to wait. I'm always going to take the tile just in case. I think we have to wait this time. Yeah, we have to wait a little bit. Not that long, though. I think it's always worth taking just in case, though. Because it seems like every other cycle it's putting us back like a few seconds somehow. Yeah, sometimes it spawns immediately, other times it spawns like 1 tick after we get there. And I'm not sure where we're losing that time on this set. Because somewhere's in this set, when we go back the other time, we're like occasionally losing 2 ticks or something. And I'm not sure where we're losing it at. We're losing like 2/3 of a second somewheres when we go back to that room the second time of each set. I need to pay attention this time, because this should be the set that we lose the time on. Oh, I think I know. Is that just a walk distance of grabbing shell? It would have to be, right? It's because we keep grabbing shell, or, you know, kelp shell. It's basically the time that it takes to grab kelp. Because we're not actually walking at all. It's the time that it requires to take kelp is what keeps burning it. Oops, I sure drank at 11% there. I made a mistake. I also forgot to drop jade. Which, what happens if I forget to drop jade? What do we do now? I guess I just drop it in the middle of nowhere. I forgot to drop my jades. I'll drop it in the between here so it doesn't block anything. We're supposed to have already dropped this. Me accidentally drinking 5% distracted me. But yeah, I think I see where the delay is. The delay is coming from, even though this is 0 tile, we're taking time to grab the kelp. Which is where that extra delay is on every other set is coming from. It's from the time of taking the kelp. Because it's 0 tile, but obviously it's not 0 time to take it. It requires like the 2-3 seconds, whatever it is. You know, however long this is to go touch the kelp. Whatever this time is. I forgot to account that. That's the main difference that's making our spawn different. Because I forgot to account for the one time you touch the kelp. Because even though it's not any movement time, it is gathering time. And that's what keeps making this spawn at a different rate each time. But no, but then we only have to take that when the kelp is taken, though. I have no clue then. Wait. That doesn't make sense. Because we'd have to take the kelp for the kelp to even be on timer. I don't know. Maybe it's something with the double harvest? Or I'm just clicking wrong sometimes. Could be the case, I guess. I'm just not noticing. Because the kelp would have to be taken for it to be despawned. If I don't take it, then we don't need to worry about it being despawned. So it can't possibly be despawned if I'm not taking it. So that time always has to get counted, which is why I was counting it earlier. I don't know, we'll keep looking at it every time and see what's happening. Because occasionally it's spawning like 2 seconds earlier, or 2 ticks earlier. I don't know what's causing it. It's either me going slower or something weird happening. Because you shouldn't ever be going quicker if we're doing the same thing each time. Which means I'm doing something different there that I'm not noticing sometimes. It might just be the manual click. That might honestly be it. I think it's any time I don't manual click, the shell is what's doing it. Because that'd be the main thing that I wouldn't notice most of the time. So that's probably the thing that's happening. I think every time that happens, that's the tick that we're losing to not manual clicking the shell. Or if we're manual clicking it compared to walk, move, or, you know, like if we're just auto queuing it or if we're moving to the correct tile. I think that tile difference is what's causing it. I just don't notice that I'm doing it sometimes, moving to the wrong tile. I don't know, find out this set. So if I do this, that means it should spawn, exactly when we get there, when we do it this time. So I'm gonna use the double on it, why not? Oh, no, because I actually want to check this spawner, so never mind. So I want to take this. We got a manual move here. And then grab shell. Don't double it. Alright, let's see. So when I go there now, what should happen is I will go next to the kelp. And it should spawn the tick after I get there. It will not already be pre-spawned. And if that's the case, I think that's what was happening earlier. Is I was just clicking on the shell rather than pathing through it, which lost us 1 tick every time. Or even 2 ticks. I'm not sure how that weird walk moves on the cliff thing. I'm pretty sure it's just 1 tick, but that's the main difference that's making it if it's spawned before or after. So when I go up to this, it should not be spawned beforehand. It'll spawn pretty much the second I get right next to it. If it spawns beforehand, then I have no clue what's happening. But what should happen is you should spawn the second I get next to the tile, basically. So like right now, boom. Okay, yeah, okay. I think that's what the problem was earlier. I wasn't clicking to this tile, I was just clicking on the shell. Which is fine for this set, but it's not fine the other way around. Otherwise, you're wasting the single tile in that diagonal that you get for free if you manual click it. Okay, so that's where we're losing time on. I just didn't realize I was just clicking on it sometimes. But we got to path to the tile and then click. Is where we're losing that time. I just didn't notice on some wrap laps because I wasn't paying much attention. But okay, that's been solved now. Problem solved. That's why you manual click the tiles that are better. Because the auto pathing is sometimes incorrect depending on where you're trying to go. Like a lot of times it is correct, but depending on what you need to do personally for your route, can change if the auto pathing is good or not. And that's one of the few in this route. There's a couple of them. But that's one of the main ones that we have to manually move to. Because the auto pathing for the auto thing is not a good tile. But I like this route. But yeah, this is going to be our route going forward from 32 to 42, I guess, going forward now. Or maybe the 40, since we, you know, normally passive around that area. But from 32 to 42, this is the route. I'm not sure if you can even physically get quicker than this. As far as, like, efficiency for it. As it's almost tick perfect. Though we could do the math compared to other people's routes if anyone ever makes a guide on Forager. And do the math on their route compared to ours. But otherwise, I can't think of a single thing we could really do to make this route more efficient. Yeah, the only thing we could kind of do is maybe get more shells instead of kelp. Or do a triple loop instead of a double. That's probably honestly the only thing you can do. I just can't be bothered to route that. I think that's the only way you can improve this, is if you do a triple route rather than a double route. Where you are calculating for 3 different cycles rather than 2 cycle. Because I'm just doing it based on 2 cycle. Because I can't be bothered to put the 3rd in there. It's too many things to factor in. As every time you run into his room, you would have to do it 3 different times rather than 2 different times. And I'd rather just do it twice. It's easier to keep track of. But that's the only way that I think you can improve this at this level range. A 3 cycle rather than a 2 cycle set. Where this room is done 3 different times depending on what cycle you're on. Because the main reason you'd have to do it 3 times is it would keep messing up your, the number of items in your inventory. Would keep shifting. Because right now I'm doing it so it's consistently only going to be 2 different sets with my inventory. But there would be a 3rd if you did that room slightly differently to grab more shells. Because you'd have to do one path, then a different path, then a different path, and then you'd be back at the first path. But right now we're doing it in a way that we just have to alternate based on the doubles. That's another thing to factor too, is your tool speed. I'm pretty sure this works at most tool speeds, the route we're doing right now. I was not sure if it works at the really low tool speed. Because the tool speed that we assume right now is that you double one lap and then double... You need to do a double and then a single double, is what we're alternating between. But at different level ranges, you might have a higher or slower speed. Because we still don't have max tool. But I feel like this would work for most tools, I think would fit within this range. Because I don't think the extra speed that we have on here is any different than what we had at like tier 5 or something. I'm pretty sure we'd still get a double single. Otherwise, you would have to route a triple path. But it's hard to route because technically, one of the factor that you have to put into consideration is because of the tool speeds, there's technically 6 different sets of routes. Most of them would align though. But I mean 6 routes in the sense that depending on what your tool level is, there's 6 different speeds of its cooldown. Which would have 6 different sets of when doubles would get applied. It's probably not worth thinking about at most level ranges though. But it's one thing that makes a guide kind of awkward. Like if you were to go over to like the 32 to 42 Forager range, is it does slightly change depending on how upgraded your tool is, because I don't think the lowest level tool can do this doubling route. And the highest level tool might be able to do something even fancier than what we're doing now. Instead of some kind of triple route with the quicker cooldown. But it's just too hard to calculate for. So we're not going to. There's one thing that's going to be awkward about whenever we do cover guides for stuff like this, though. Because obviously by then I would likely have max tool and whatever the respective skill is. So I'm not sure how to compensate for lower speed. Because I would have to actively time it myself. Because our cooldown would be way shorter than like a level tier 2, you know, like a tier 2 tool. Or tier 3 tool or something. When we have max tool. So I'm not sure how we're going to do that. Because if I show a route that's really good to do at max, that exact same route may not be doable at like, you know, tier 3, 4, 5, whatever else. As it would be based on our current cooldown, not on what, you know, other people would have if they were at a lower level range. That's the only thing that's really annoying about the doubling mechanic. Because you can never perfectly have a route that just works. Like, you're always going to have at least, like, a double route at every level range. You're never going to be able to repeat, like, the exact same cycle every time. As your amount of doubleage every set is always going to be slightly different. Even at max tool, I'm pretty sure that's still applicable. It just doesn't align properly to how long a forager set takes. Maybe for some other skills it aligns a little bit better. Oh, I forgot to drop the Jade, but we got a good potion set here, so I guess it's fine. I guess I'll do that whenever I have the knowledge point. I'll just drop the Jade in the middle whenever knowledge point is ready. Because it allows me to walk to this tile while having the interface up. So we can interface walk over here. Otherwise, we can't interface walk. So I'll probably start doing it that way whenever we have a knowledge point, just so we can interface walk if it falls around that time. Which, based on my current knowledge amount, seems to always fall exactly there. But to be able to not waste time, we gotta walk to the tile that we need to go to while having the level up screen up automatically so that we could drink a potion for 0 time. What I have, or the main thing that allows us to do, not the potion 0 time, but it allows me to bring up the knowledge point menu for 0 time. Otherwise, there's a small delay every time you have to bring up the menu. But there's no delay when you get it from a level up message, or, you know, when you get to your knowledge point. So you normally don't want to waste that. But to be able to get value from it, you gotta walk in between the time that the interface comes up, so that you're moving and have the interface up at the same time, so you can move to your tile. And then as you're moving to the tile, you can do all the interfacing, so that by the time you get to your tile, you would have clicked the XP button. Because normally the XP button stalls you, but if you're already at the tile that you need to be at, then you don't get stalled or anything. Well, you do get stalled, but, you know, it's not stalling anything. Like, you still get stalled, but you're not in the middle of any action. It's something that's been out since pretty much launch, or literally since launch. Very rarely is it worth using, though, unless you're doing, like, a skill like this. A lot of other things, it's perfectly fine just doing it whenever. Like if we're doing smithing or something. It's mostly if you're doing a lot of movement in a given skill. If you're just at, like, stationary, like how crafting is, it doesn't really matter. But it affects merchants, forager, you know, stuff like that quite a bit. Like skills where you're just constantly moving. And movement is basically XP in a sense for these skills. Whereas something like smithing, where you're just constantly making something at the same spot, doesn't matter. But it matters for any skill where movement is technically XP in a sense. Because you're moving closer to where your XP node is. Alright, level 1.5 to go. We're almost there. But yeah, this is definitely quicker. Oh, wow. We're gonna get there before 5. I almost want to do the math on how much quicker this is, because it's actually insane. I think we're almost at 1.5 levels an hour rather than 1.2. It's actually crazy how much better this route is. But in all fairness, it's almost like tick perfect. It is very close to tick perfect if we don't mess up anywhere like we just did there. Like, there's almost nowhere that you could possibly improve it. I'm still trying to think of one. The main place I could think of is the double kelp at the beginning still feels kind of bad. But there's just nothing else around to take is the problem. And we got to delay X amount of time anyways. And the only other thing we could take is like the single kelp, which is obviously worse than double kelp, so... I can't think of anything that would be worth taking there. Because we're starting the timer as soon as we start taking these. So if I was to take something that would improve this route, it would have to be either in this room right now, or in that room. But if I take that shell now, it won't be spawned by the time I come back. So yeah, I think this double kelp is fine. It feels somewhat inefficient, but there's really nothing else based on what's spawned here that you can do. Because if I took that shell there, hypothetically, it would not be spawned by the time I go there now, is the problem. Same as if I took this kelp for whatever reason or something. It wouldn't be spawned right now when we get back into this room here. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's fine to take the double kelp. If there were other nodes nearby, it would change, obviously, but there's just nothing else nearby to use is the problem. And then this will spawn 1 tick after. Boom. And then we go over there. It'll be ready because we had to wait 1 tick. So we can click it before we even get there. Boom. And yep, we're back in cycle. Not like we ever got off cycle. It was just this room that got off cycle. But this room doesn't actually affect the timer of the other room. That's one nice thing about doing this. Is the timer of every room is basically separated. Like if I make a mistake in this room, it doesn't affect that room. And making a mistake in that room doesn't affect this room too much, other than if we have to do the jade in between. But sometimes we have to for the knowledge point. So we can interface walk. The only room that really matters is the second room. The one after double kelp where, you know, we do all the shells and everything else in that middle room. The one with all the fishing stuff in it. That is the only room where we're basically timed. Every other room doesn't affect any other room in this cycle that we're doing right now. Only that one does. It's the only room that we could technically change our route in. If we could figure out something more efficient. As every other room can't really be modified at all. But yeah, honestly, I almost want to see what this looks like with shell at the beginning. Because honestly, this wouldn't hurt for shell as well. I said originally only 32 to 42. But honestly, 15 to 42 wouldn't hurt either. I might just do this all the way, honestly. Because it really wouldn't hurt at that level range, because we'd be having the higher level jade pieces at that time. The problem with our jade pieces right now is they're kind of lower. But at that level range, the jade pieces are actually more worth it, oddly enough, rather than our level range we're at now. And that might offset the fact that the starfishes are worse. Is that the jade pieces are better. The problem with that is we're grabbing way more starfish than we are jade. We're only grabbing 2 jade, but 7 starfish. This set that we're doing right now is definitely worse at 15 compared to 32. But it might still be worth it at 32. It's just, is it the most efficient thing we could be doing at 15 is the problem. Because I believe the answer is no. But maybe we'll try some kind of other fancy route around that time. And this thing should respawn as soon as we get next to it. And boom, there it is. It's like we can see the future. But it's because they're all falling on a perfectly consistent timer. So it's always very predictable when everything's going to happen. That's one nice thing about playing old school RuneScape for a long time before this game. I have like a tick system just like ingrained in my brain now from it. Because they all move in at like similar dimensions of time. Or it's not actually in seconds, it's in another metric. Which would be interesting if we ever do get to another planet, how we'll determine time. Because we can't really use seconds, minutes, and everything else anytime. Like, I highly doubt we'll call it, like, ticks or something similar like that, like it is in Old School RuneScape and a few other games that use that system. But, I wonder what we'll start calling it, like, the difference between, like, Earth minutes and, like, a different planet minutes. Because we wouldn't be able to use Earth measurements in the same way again. As time would move differently on any different planet. Not that it literally is, but you know. Like the day cycle would be different. So you'd use a different measurement of time than seconds and minutes and hours and days. Because one day would not equal one day. Is the problem. So you need to have some kind of conversion that would work for both. Which is basically what a tick system is in a sense. It's just making it work for whatever the program is working on rather than using seconds. But they're basically just using another language for time. That just doesn't perfectly align with seconds. Like, you can still use seconds to time it, but it's not measured in seconds as far as its duration. Also, I gotta remember to drink 11% here and do the walk again. Hopefully we get the walk correctly. I gotta remember to do it as we're doing it. The problem is, we might get the walk midway through this time. Which means I won't be able to interface walk properly. Because I gotta do it around the time that we need to do the potion, otherwise it's pointless to interface walk. It's only relevant if we're queuing up another action. But we wouldn't be in this case. Oh, lag? Oh no. I just got lag spiked. Is the stream still going? Hello, hello? We just got mega lag spiked there. Oh wow. I'm not sure if that's the game or my side. I think it's the game. Because we didn't disconnect at all. I don't know, we'll find out if the stream goes out soon. It's either my connection starting to lag or the game is having a little bit of a hiccup right now. Lag. Oh no. It's showing me the lag. I'm not sure which side it's on, but... Oh no, nothing else I'm doing right now is lagging. The stream isn't. The thing that we're doing on the side isn't. Like, nothing on my end is lagging, I don't think. It's the game right now. Hopefully I don't get disconnected soon. I got it. Oh, no, no. No! I was taking that. The lag made me not get it. No! I'm still going to get the interface walk. Oh, it's going to be a little bit hard to try to do it through this lag. We should still be able to get it, though. As long as he grabs this resource when we walk, we should be fine. There, we got it. And then we just drink the potion once we're on the tile. And then we use this. Yeah, we're good to go. And then we just drop the jade in between. Alright, hopefully we stop lagging now. Come on, game. Survive a little bit longer. We got like an hour and a half more. Just go for 1.5 more hours and then you can do maintenance. Actually, before we started the other stream, there was a maintenance downtime. It's actually why we started a little bit later. Not sure how long it was down for, but it was down for maintenance for like half an hour, however long it was. I don't think I mentioned it at the beginning of last stream, but that did happen. That's what set us back a little bit. Because as soon as it was going on, it's like, oh, they're still under maintenance. Or they're under maintenance. But yeah, it seems like it's on server side rather than our side. But it could have been our connection too. It's just weird that only this game was lagging and nothing else. Because that would imply that it's not on our end. That doesn't really matter either way, though. Yeah, at this point, only a level and a fourth to go. Or a third, I guess, technically. And with how much more efficient this is, honestly, it shouldn't take more than about a little over an hour. I think my goal at this point is to try to finish in under the 5-hour mark. Which means we got an hour and 20 minutes to hit level, 40. Which if we were to do so, that would be 10% more efficient than the method we were doing before. This is roughly 10% better. As that's about how much time it's saving compared to the math we did on the other one. As the other one would come out to about 5 hours, 15 minutes-ish, around there. But if we can do sub 5, then we're saving, how much is that? What's 10% of the thing? That's 6... Like maybe it's like 8%, but it's still saving a lot of time. It's saving an almost double-digit percent number. It might be closer to 8% though. Hello, hello. Hello, whoever said hello. I can't see your name because you moved. But welcome, welcome. Yeah, I like this route. Though making a forager guide video is going to be a nightmare. I do have to say. I feel like for every other skill, it's going to be a lot more straightforward, like mining, smithing, stonemason, stuff like that. If I was to make any guide for this game, the forager one is like the one I'm dreading the most. Because it is forager and merchant, while being the most efficient skills in the game, are also the hardest to explain how to do efficiently. They're also really customizable in how you want to route yourself. Like, they have a lot of flexibility on how you do them, depending on preference. But they're definitely the two that have the most skill expression currently in the game. Just because there's so many different ways you can route it depending on what you want. If you want more XP, more knowledge, more of a certain resource. And it's hard to account for every factor. But yeah, merchant and forager are the hardest two, definitely by far. It's not even close. Every other skill is really straightforward compared to forager and merchant. They're definitely a lot more involved as far as the skill ceiling, as far as what you could do with it. It's more so figuring out the routes. Obviously, doing the routes themselves is pretty straightforward. It's more so figuring out what the most optimal route is the hard part. But actually replicating it's pretty straightforward, obviously. It's just clicking around a bunch. But the problem is, like, the most efficient route might not be the most efficient for a certain person. Because they might want to do something else, like combine forager with combat. Or go for a different node that they want to get more of. Like, what if they really want to get yellow potions? Like, everything I'm doing is getting, like, 0 yellow potions. Pretty much. Like, there's things we're not accounting for because we just don't personally want them. Oh, I did not mean to click there. That's a really bad spot to put that jade, by the way. I do have to be careful where I drop the jade when we do the interface walk thing. As long as we don't put it on a resource, it's fine, but putting it next to him is kind of annoying, too. Also, poor fishing bounties. But yeah, I think at this point, I think we're done with fishing bounties. I had my fun with them the last several days. We got to see some legendary fish. We got some fishing XP. We got to level 30 as we needed, or level 25. So that means we got 6 levels since then. And only one of those was from Ventures. Which means fishing bounties got me like 5 levels then. That's not too bad. But I think I'm done with fishing bounties now. We had our fun with it. I just don't think it's worth doing compared to just going all in forager at this point. It's just too quick of a skill to train with Ventures to really bother with. Given how much more important it is just to get a new Venture slot from Forager at the moment. But yeah, those are the two that I'm not sure how we're going to go about making a guide, honestly. Every other skill seems pretty straightforward to make one for. But Forager and Merchant are going to be a nightmare. I might even hold off ever making one for them. Like, when do we do start covering guides on everything? Those might be the last 2 skills we ever cover. Oh, what am I doing? I was supposed to grab shell there. Alright, that's going to ruin our next set slightly. Whoops. I thought we were on a double set. I wasn't paying attention. It's going to stall us like 2-3 seconds next time we go around. I can't really undo it, though. Once we take it, it's kind of done. I guess I could drop it and grab the shell if I really wanted to or something, but the mistake has already been done. The only issue is when we go back there, we're going to have to wait a few seconds at the kelp, rather than it basically instantly spawning. It's not worth grabbing the further kelp. As it's just better to wait for this timer at this point. But like right here, we're gonna have to wait instead of before where it'd be instant. Just gotta wait. Gotta put it back on cycle. Okay, there we go. It's not that bad of a wait, but it is worse than if we didn't have to wait, obviously. But it should be back to normal now by the time we go back to it next time. I just gotta remember to only grab shell when we have one inventory left. It's only grabbed when we have two. And we're almost at the final level to stream. And with how much XP we're getting, it shouldn't take more than an hour once we get there. Honestly, even from where we're at now, it shouldn't take more than an hour to finish. But yeah, when we do start covering like proper guides for the game, I think we're going to start with bossing. Like when we start making like actual proper guides, I think we're going to be doing it when bosses start coming into the game around that time. And then we'll transition from bossing guides once we run out of bosses, because there'll be almost none in the game, into, you know, other things. Like whatever dungeon routing is, whatever skilling routing is for given skills. And then somehow try to ignore both Forger and Merchant for as long as possible. Oh no, maybe we'll cover them chapter by chapter, but that means we'd basically have to cover Forger first. But that would allow us to cover Merchant last. Or at least somewhat last. Chapter 5 and 6 would probably be out by then. Definitely chapter 5. But if I did do it in order from like top left to bottom right, that would put Merchant pretty far back. The problem with that is it would put Forger and Combat pretty far forward. Combat's not that hard to explain though. Wait, how am I full inventory? Oh, I forgot to drop Jade Piece because I'm talking and not paying attention. I was gonna say, it's impossible for me to be full inventory at this moment. Yeah, I forgot to drop the Jade. Whoops. Luckily that doesn't ruin this room at all. Alright, do we bother stalling this all the way? I guess the answer is yes. Because I don't have to manual click anything here. Actually, yeah, there is one tile, actually. Let's see, can I cancel it in time? Yeah, we can. Perfect. If that was closer, I wouldn't have bothered with that, but it was far enough away that we could X out of it before it mattered. Oh, not that time, though. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Now we're wasting more time than we're saving. I really wish the screen worked differently. They've changed it a couple times. The way it works now is... It kind of works, but if you're doing a lot of nodes back to back, it's really annoying. Because there's a delay to make sure you can't accidentally click on something. But in doing so, it makes it so annoying to try to get rid of it. Well, that's escape key works. Let me try escape key. I know that works on some interfaces to make them quicker. It's just annoying to have to keep worrying about using escape key. But even though the X has a delay, I don't think escape key does. They only added the delay to the X and clicking a button. But I'm pretty sure escape still immediately breaks it. Let me see. No, it doesn't. No! They made escape work! Escape also has the delay. Oh no. But yeah, we shouldn't let it keep going that long then. If we're like in cycle to get it, we should. But it's not worth trying to stall it all the way to here. Just to save like 1 second. Alright, there we go. Oops, one too many clicks. Also, just for my sanity, I kind of want to put these jade pieces on the other jade piece. I'm not going to though, I'm just going to put it somewhere in the middle. But I kind of want to put it on the mistake jades. But we'll put it in the middle instead. Because those aren't supposed to be here. Those are. Oh, black spike again. Oh no, it's lagging again. I clicked it, come on! We see like a lag in a corner soon. I think the easiest way you could tell is when we transition through rooms. It's probably the easiest time to tell when there's lag. Because the next room doesn't like load instantly properly. Like that. Like there's a slight delay. It's the easiest time to tell if there's any amount of lag in Brighter Shores. You should check to see if your room transitions are the same or slightly different. Because if they're slightly different, that is almost entirely because of lag. Because they're pretty consistent with the way the scheme loads in. That's one of the reasons why it has the room system the way it is. It seems like we lost most of the lag now. Which, honestly, that's something I've never really minded about this game. I know that's, like, probably one of the top 5 complaints this game gets. The way that the rooms look next to each other and the fact that you can't see, like, the whole world at once. I have never been fazed by it a single time. Like, I kind of keep forgetting that it's even like that. Like, I don't even notice. But I feel like that's, like, one of the biggest complaints about the game. Is the way that's kind of connected and like the shaded out rooms and everything. One thing I do wish you could do though, I do wish you could click on the resources in the adjacent room. Like you can't actually interact with anything from here even though you can see them there. That's like the only thing with the room system I wish was kind of changed in that regard. But everything else I'm fine with it. Alright, do not grab the kelp this time like last cycle. It'll waste like 3 seconds if we grab it. Whereas the shell wastes none. Oh, are we at Limpet yet, or is that telling me... Oh no, that's telling me it's at next level. I was gonna say, are we already at level 40? No, we're 1 level away. I was gonna say, that was quick. That was a quick hour. This is really efficient. We just skipped the whole hour. No, we still got 1 level to go. I was gonna say, I know this is slightly more efficient than what we were doing before, but it's not that much more efficient. But yeah, that makes sense. We're 1 level away. We're not there yet. That was just a pop-up reminding us of what we're getting next level. Which we'll go use immediately. But technically, I'm not actually utilizing what's telling me at the level range. We're actually utilizing the thing that's after it, because we're using a +5 potion. It never shows that because that would get too confusing if it showed it for like every potion boost. I think all it does is like 2 or 3 levels beforehand. It shows it to you like 2 levels and 1 level before you get an activity. But of course it doesn't account for like if you're using a boost potion or something. Because that would just show too much info if they were to. They would have to show like the next like 5 activities if not further. But it makes sense the way it does now. It just shows you a level or 2 beforehand. The only problem is I keep thinking it's the unlock sometimes rather than it showing me what we're about to get. But it is good to keep reminding the player what they're about to get, though. Something to strive for. Even though it's pretty easy just to manually check. But if you don't like having to constantly keep using menus, it's nice just to kind of get reminded through the interface. If you're not keeping track of what's coming up. Though with how many times you have to go through it, you're pretty much just going to memorize what the entire set is for every level range. Like by tier 5, you should pretty much have memorized like what the level range is at that point. For pretty much whatever skill you're doing. Assuming you trained it in a new system from that, you know, that entire level range. Like we've done enough Forager that I could probably almost say what every single level is. Pondweed is at 0. Bell Plant is at 2. Kelp is at 5. 7 is... 7 is one of the weird dead ones. Wall plant. 7 is wall plant. 10 is the one for the shield, the shark bone. So that would be 10. 12 is periwinkle. I was gonna say it's one of the other dead ones, but yeah, that one's periwinkle. 15 is shell, of course. Was there one at 17? There's something dead content at 17. I can't. Oh yeah, it's the bone just north of us. Whatever that bone is called, I forget its name, but whatever the bone is right north of us, like goat something. I know what one it is. I forget its name. Whatever that bone is at 17. 20 is nettle. 22 is rack. Let's see what else can I remember. It's after rack. 25 is... What's that 25? It's not potato. Potato's 27. What's that 25? I think I forget what's that 25. I shouldn't. What's that 25? That's like the only one I'm forgetting right now. Because 27 is potato. 30 is water lily. 32 is starfish. Oh, I know what it is. 25 is stone monument piece. I remember now. Because I was just thinking of jade coming up, and I just remembered that was stone piece. 25 is stone piece. 27 is potato. 30 is water lily. 32 is starfish, of course. 35. Now 35, I think, is the one I actually do forget. It has to be a bone. Oh yeah, it's bone spike. 35 is bone spike. 37 is... And I'm forgetting 37. 37 is hogberry. 40 is limpet. 42 is jade. 45 is femur. And 47 is whatever that final bone is after femur. I know where it is and everything. I just forget its name. And that should be everything. I don't think we missed a single thing. I didn't forgetting the name of some of the bones because they moved them midway through. But yeah, pond, bell plant, kelp, wall plant, shark jaw, periwinkle shell, goat horn, nettle, rack, monument piece, potato, water lily, starfish. I forgot to interface walk. We're gonna have to waste some time here. That's fine. Bone shard, hogberries, limpet. Yeah, we got everything. I forgot the name of some of those things. It was ramhorn for the final one. I remember that it was that bone. I just couldn't remember its name. But yeah, we got all of them. I just forgot the name of a couple of the bones, but we know what bone is where. And what level it is. I just forget their names sometimes. Because they've been changed a couple times now. Not their names, but where they're located and everything like that. As well as how they're used. Because they used to be from botanist, then they got moved to forager, then they got changed how they get used for bone right. So basically everywhere where they're used, they got changed in one way or another. The way you gather them has changed, the way you use them has changed. What they end up making end up changing. Is a love changing bone right. If counting every piece of it, it's been changed like 4 or 5 times now. At one step or another. But yeah, we memorized all of them. Now I cannot do that for the passive activities though. I could probably get close, but there's a lot of passives I just deliberately skip. Because they're not as good. But as far as all the actives, yeah, we memorized every single one. Just from having to do them a couple times. Which I feel like would happen to most newer players as they go through the tiers. They might not have like a perfect memory of it, but they would have a general idea what the flow of each skill is. Because from Milestone 2 to Milestone 10, it's the same thing each time. So at some point you would memorize it, just by proxy of having to do it 8 times over. You'd eventually memorize where everything is and what level it is and everything. I should have doubled that. We keep getting double midway through there, and I don't think I've grabbed double on it a single time yet. I don't think it really improves the cycle, so grabbing it here instead of there doesn't really matter too much, but I don't think I've made it in time a single time during that yet. Even though we can see the cooldown right up there. The main reason I don't keep trying to go for it is it's just not needed. The timer for what we're doing works regardless if we grab it there or grab it on the next shell. So I'm just not really paranoid to grab it with half a timer. As it doesn't actually make us go any quicker for the set. Though that does mean on next set, there might be a triple route you could run, which is going to be a nightmare. I think we get that at next tier, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's at tier 9. Interesting, you don't get that all the way till tier 9? Yeah, you don't get best in slot tool till final tier. Interesting. You used to get it way earlier before. Like, most skills had it by, like, level, like, 200 something before. Maybe, like, 300 something for some skills. Now you gotta get, like, level 450 before you have every tool for a skill. Like, you have to be literally in the final stretch before you get the final tool. The final 50 levels. Luckily, you get it right at the beginning, though. So you get to utilize it for all of tier 9. For every skill that has one. But it's a little bit annoying that it's that much deeper for every skill. Like, mining, for example, had max tool before at, like, level 312-ish? Or somewhere around there, 300 something. But now, like, every gathering skill, it's been moved to 450. Which is almost like 100 levels deeper than it was before. And so why the doubling doesn't matter, by the way, if we go quicker on the other one. It's because this entire time that we're going through right now, we can't end up utilizing double. As we don't have the inventory for it. I guess we could do some kind of weird thing where we start routing it, but I can't be bothered to figure that out. This route's good enough. We did enough routing for today. I am happy with this route. Maybe at tier 9 we'll go crazy with it and do some kind of triple or quad route or something. But that's a tier 9 issue. I am not worrying about that right now. Plus I need the better tool to even figure out what it is anyway, so. But maybe at tier 9 we'll do something ultra fancy, but tier 7 and 8 are probably going to use the same route we're doing now or something. Since we'll be on the same tool, we just have to do it for longer. Because tier 8 doesn't really change anything with the route that we're doing now. Tier 9 does. Because tier 9 will give us the extra tool. The only difference with tier 8 is we have to do it for a longer duration. But what we have to do routing-wise is not changed at all. We just have to do it for longer. But tier 9 is when we would actually have to change it up a little. And we'll worry about that nightmare then, but until then, we only have to do what we have to do now for 7 and 8. And then we'll switch it at 9. And we're almost there, 3/4 of a level to go. So close, yet so far. I do have to say, I am going to miss the Forager grind a little bit. For the same reason that when we get max Merchant, I'm going to miss ever doing Merchant. They're just such the most fun skills to end up figuring out what you need to do. Because every other skill is really straightforward, for the most part. Unless you're like combining it with combat or doing some other weird thing with it. Where all you really have to do is like click every node in the room, do that again, bank, repeat. Like there's no routing you gotta do or anything. Like Forager, Merchant, stuff like that. It's literally just touch all the nodes, do it again, 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 do it again. Merchant and Forager are like the only two that are different in that regard. Detective somewhat as well. So I guess Detective too. But Forager, Merchant, and Detective are the only ones that aren't just keep doing same thing forever. As far as gameplay loop is concerned. Yeah, those aren't really the only three. I guess somewhat combat too, I guess. But there's like the only four. Combat, Forager, Merchant, and Detective. Because everything else, aside from grabbing maybe a few nodes here and there, is literally just, you know, fishing is just grab 6 fish, grab 6 fish, grab 6 fish, bank, repeat. You know, cooking is just, you know, cook whatever your best dish is, cook whatever your best dish is, cook whatever your best dish is. Go to shop, buy everything, go to your storage, get everything, cook everything, you know. Like, the cycles are always the same, regardless if you, like, forage it, need to buy from the shop, whatever. Alchemy, same thing. Well, there's a little bit of tech you can do for that, but it's very small. Botanist, you're literally just stuck in the room ever since you changed. There's almost no variance you can do with it now. Woodcutting, very similar in that regard. Carpenter, you're literally stuck in the same room for the entire skill, somewhat to like Chef. Not counting bounty tasks. Mining, same thing. You're just stuck in the same ore over and over again. There's a little bit of routing you can do for flint, carbonice. Not flint carbonice. Flint, what's it called? Flint and, basalt is what I was looking for. There's like a little bit of a weird routing you can do with that if you want to go really wide into iron, into buying bones and stuff. But for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. There's also some tech you can do with iron if you other to save a little bit of time, but it's mostly straightforward. Just grab everything and then bank. Bone right, blacksmith, and stonemason are all the same in that, you know, you just grab all your supplies, process them, make the thing. Not really much you can do with that. Leatherworker's pretty straightforward too. It's very similar to carpenter, except with more walking. So the only 4 big different ones then are combat forger, merchant, detective. Are the only ones that aren't just like do same thing forever. Where you actually can route some stuff and change things depending on how you want to go about it. They're the only 4 that are substantially different from every other skill. Otherwise, every other skill is basically only 2 categories. Stuck in room processing or stuck in room gathering. Those are the only other 2 skills that aren't combat forger, merchant, and detective. Every other skill is basically you just stuck in 1 or 2 rooms, either gathering a resource over and over again, or processing a resource over and over again. And forger some it is, but it goes wider. Is the main difference with it. Because forger has a lot of adaptation you can do to it depending on what you want. Whereas you can't really do that with like something like botanist or woodcutting or mining necessarily. Like obviously you can target a single node that you want more of. Like if you really wanted the luck potions, you would go and prioritize clover and sage for a longer duration. But there's no like gameplay loop that you could do to vary it up like you can with forger. Like you would still just be doing sage over and over and over again until you get a full inventory and then bank it. And then just do clover and over and over and over again until you bank it. Like there's no gameplay loop that changes. It's just you're doing it for longer because you need the resource. It's not like Forager where we can decide if we want more kelp. We can start routing a way that starts grabbing more kelp. Because right now we're only grabbing, what, 4 kelp? 5 kelp? 4? Somewhere around there. I forget the number. Whereas, you know, if we wanted more kelp, you know, we can grab 5 and grab 6. We even do a loop that grabs almost like 8 or 9 if we really wanted healing potions. Like, there's a lot of adaptations we can make to it. But you can't really do that with botanist as much, or mining, or like a lot of those other ones. Or fishing even. Fishing you can somewhat, but it's mostly forager stuff you get. But you can't really do that with a lot of other skills where if you want more of something, you can't really wide loop it. You just have to keep taking it over and over and over again. It's the big issue that Rack has in Forager. Rack is... The main reason why Rack is so bad is it doesn't fit in Forager at all. It's set up like how every other resource is in most other chapters. Where you just grab it, grab it, grab it, bank, grab it, grab it, grab it, bank, repeat. That's why Rack is so bad. Because it's a Forager resource that doesn't behave like every other Forager resource. It behaves like every other resource in the game rather than like a Forager resource. Rack is like the entire example of why the problem with like most of the other skills compared to like Forager, Merchant, Alchemy, Forager, Combat, Detective, and Merchant is it's like this kind of problem that like every other skill has in that regard. In that you just take the resource over and over and over again, bank it, repeat. There's no like variance that you can put into it like a couple other skills do. Oops, I meant to walk all the way over there. Now we're gonna waste time. No! Now I gotta waste time reopening this menu instead of getting it for 0 time. Alright, there we go. Rip 3 seconds. I need that 3 seconds of XP. Now we go for double here, which means we're going for single on shell. Hey, only about a half a level to go. Or 2/3, however you want to look at that. And what time is it right now? Yeah, we're making such good time. My goal right now is to get under 5 hour. And if we can do that, we are so underestimate. We went so much quicker than I was planning. But yeah, we're making an insanely good time with this new route. We're almost 2 hours ahead of estimate at the start of the stream. Because at start of the stream, it's like, oh yeah, it'll take like 6 hours to get 6 levels. Then we did the math on our previous route. It's like, okay, it'll take like a little over 5. And now with this route, we are almost doing it within 4. Or sorry, within 5. Under 5, I mean. So it's not like that much quicker to the 5 and like a decimal. But the main goal right now is to see if we can actually get it under 5. Which would be several % quicker than the other route that we were going to originally do. But as far as our total estimate, where we were just like, oh, we'll get like 1 level an hour. We are roughly 30% quicker than that right now. We're about 30% quicker than 1 level an hour. So yeah, we're way above estimate. Or below, however you would say that. We're making good time. At this point, we pretty much just have a half level left. By the time we finish this lap and go store everything. But yeah, that's one slight issue with bounties. Is I'm not sure if bounties are ultimately going to fix the kind of gameplay loop that almost every other skill has. Fishing somewhat helped, but... like, it gave a new gameplay loop, but it doesn't change the fact that the core gameplay loop for every skill, I think, is still quicker. Like, spamming a skill is almost always better than trying to go out of your way to do the bounties. Unless you're getting high rarity bounties. The only exceptions to this are skills that are already heavily entwined with bounties. Like Merchant and Detective. Where you're pretty much already just doing bounties anyways. So the bounty is just pure buff rather than something you'd have to go out of your way for at all. But I don't know, we'll see as they start implementing more systems and more chapters have like 4 sets of bounties or something. Because then you can get a lot more bounty value within a chapter. But as it currently stands, fishing bounties, pretty much any 1-star fishing bounty is not worth doing. 2 stars are barely worth doing. 3 and higher are worth doing, but, oh, why am I going over here? I have no clue why I clicked on the shell. And 3 and 4 stars are always worth doing, but, you know, you're getting them pretty rarely. And you have to account for how many times you have to check the board just to go check for that. If you count all that time as EXP potential, it's barely breaking even. Like, it's slightly better, but barely. Because let's say, hypothetically, like, there is a way to gain it almost for free value, like when you're going by to go grab the venture. But let's say, hypothetically, you went out of your way for 10 seconds to check the bounty board. That sounds like no time at all. Like, 10 seconds, grab the bounty board, grab whatever you want, and you get your task. But then you also have to account for the time to get to your task that wouldn't have otherwise be in your loop. And then the turn-in of the task, because you have to deliver it back after the fact. And when accounting for all of that, you're up to almost like 2 minutes of downtime. That is you not just camping a resource over and over again. Which means it has to compete with like almost a full inventory of any resource. Like whenever you do any amount of bounties, it has to compete with if you just took one full inventory of whatever your best option is. So basically, for bounties to be worth it for my fishing level right now, it'd have to be 8,000 times 24, whatever that number comes out to, basically. 8,000 times 24. We'd have to get 192,000 or more EXP from one bounty board check. And that has to be extra XP, though. Like, just the extra XP from bounties. Not the total XP gained. Actually, no. What? No, because you also have to have the time of doing it, yeah. It would have to be just the extra XP of the bounties. It would have to be 192,000 at my current level range. Oops, I forgot to drop Jade. I was like partway through doing it and then didn't do it. Not sure what happened there. Which, for that to happen, I would have to get, like, 4 2-stars. Or 1 legendary with, like, 1 2-star or something. Which is not very likely every time you go up to it, based on the rarities. But there is one exception to that. That is, if you're grabbing them for almost 0 time. I think the only way you can currently do that for fishing bounties, that is almost the equivalence of 0 time, is the one time a day that you check your oyster or lobster. Is like the only time when it is efficient to grab fishing bounties, pretty much. Is once per day when you go do your bounty thingy. There is technically one other time, but it's a little bit clunky to do. It's when you're going down that street to go do a chef bounty. Is the other time where it's worth it. Anytime you go past the street that has that one message board on it. Every other time feels like it's too many tiles away to bother with. Even on these forager routes, since I'm not really routing on there. If we were doing Jade, it'd be worth it, I guess, technically. But my current forager route can't really go over there for enough tiles that'd be worth it. Relative to the time it would take to go complete it and to stop doing forager and everything else on top of that. There are some bounty options that would always be more worth it, though. The biggest issue is gathering skill bounties are always going to be worse than production skill bounties. As production skill bounties will save you money and time when doing the skill, mostly money. Whereas gathering ones are never going to be as useful. Because one of the other things kind of holding fishing bounties back is it's just inherently on a gathering skill, which is less useful than if it was on a production skill. Because we're probably going to care a lot about 1-star bounties for smithing and stonemason. Whereas for fishing, they're, you know, almost a waste of time. But that's because one is a gathering skill and one is a production skill that costs a lot of money. So the smithing and stonemason bounties have really good potential to be absurdly good. Not because they're any better than any other bounty system, but because they're feeding into a production skill that costs you infinite money, basically. Not literally infinite, but you know what I mean. They burn a lot of money. A lot of money. Also, I'm going to remember to drink 11% for once. Preemptively. Look at that. Actually remember to drink a potion at the right time. Or at least drinking the correct potion. I always remember to drink a potion here. Which is I keep forgetting to drink the correct potion. Because I keep forgetting to preemptively do an 11% so we don't have to do a weird stall or something. And our percent's currently at a good number to go do it right now. Sometimes it's not, but this one definitely is. As I'll be able to do it when I walk into the, into this room. When we walk back into this room, I'll be able to go grab it. Oh, there is one thing that's going to be annoying, though. I forgot. The starfish isn't going to be spawned. So it's going to pop up as soon as I go to the middle. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit annoying. Maybe I'll just do it now as soon as it pops up, like, midway through the set, I guess. We'll do it when we're manually walking to the shell, I guess. I think that'll be the best time to go do it. That way we can still interface walk over there. And the only reason we can do that is because we're not at 100% right now. If I can do this, I can do this. And then I can manual walk to the correct tile here. And while he's manually walking there, we can do all the interfacing for the thing. And then do this, and then this, and then by the time we do that, boom, he's ready. Okay, there we go. So we could just 0 time the knowledge point then. With the interface walk thingy. And then waste no time at all. Oh, so why is this not spawned? Did I miss something? Oh, I forgot to grab double kelp. Oh no. I did forget something. Whoops. I forgot to grab double kelp at the beginning of the set. Whoops. Oh well, not too big a deal. We saved 2 seconds to lose 2 kelp. Oh no. Yeah, I completely forgot kelp. Whoops. It's not too big a deal. We're just gonna have a really weird number to set. There's the only problem with doing this for a long duration. Brain's becoming mush. We used all of our brain power to route this. Everything since then has just been downhill. At this point, one more double knowledge point and we're there. Technically, we'll use them one at a time. So it'll be 2 single knowledge points. But 2 more single knowledge points and we'll be there. Or should be. And we'll need like 1 extra lap after or something. But should pretty much be there by then. Alright, it's going to be a little bit awkward. Do I grab more notes from this room? I think the answer is yes. I'm just concerned about how that's going to change next set. I'm going to do something really weird this time. I'm going to grab this corner kelp. Oh no, I'm just going to grab the shell. But maybe next set I might have to grab that corner kelp. Because my timer is really, really weird due to what we did earlier by forgetting the double kelp at the beginning. Yeah, I think the way that we fix this is we just grab the one really, really wide kelp. And then by then, shell should be spawned. I was gonna have to go to the far kelp. But by then, this thing should be respawned. I can also double grab this kelp if I wanted to. Oh no, I can't, never mind. I could have doubled that one, I guess. And now the shell should spawn, yep, there we go. I just have to delay a little bit since we're at a weird cycle. That's going to make this cycle a little bit weird too, but I think all we have to do is skip one kelp and we'll be fine. Just got to skip this kelp on our way back. Otherwise, we would have taken it this route. But then otherwise, our set should be repaired at this point. As everything will be respawned, obviously, by the time we get there. The main issue is how many items we have in our inventory right now. It's the main thing that's making this route weird. Because timer-wise, that room's going to be perfectly fine when we get back to it. The problem is the total number of items on us is a little weird right now compared to where it normally would be in this set. But as long as we don't use another double, we should be fine. All we have to do is just take one shell instead of kelp shell and we should be okay. Or worst case scenario, we just take nothing from that room and just walk back, which would be kind of awkward, but might be what we have to do. I'm not sure what number we're at. Oh, misclick. It's actually been a while since we misclicked on these. I'm actually surprised. We've been doing pretty good at not misclicking on starfish. I feel like their hitbox has been getting like slightly bigger as we keep going up. Now we've just been getting increasingly better at clicking on them. One or the other. Oh, good, perfect. Okay, yeah, I just need to grab one shell for the next room. Okay, we're perfectly on set. Just have to not use the double, of course. But now we're back to normal. I didn't ruin anything that badly. It was just a little bit of a weird route, but we got back to where we need to be. Alright, mistake has been repaired from earlier. Just gotta remember not to double. Otherwise we over-encumber. Keep forgetting we could use minimap too if we want to. I'm like so zoomed in today for some reason. I always have the minimap there in case we need it, but honestly I haven't really been using it that much. There's some skills that use it a lot, like Merchant. But then also quite a few others that you kind of don't really need it for, Forger being one of them. Is they're normally routing so tightly to the map that you don't really ever need it. Because whenever you're taking a lot of nodes in a short distance, you tend to not need it as much. The main times you need the map is when you're going long areas of time. Or, you know, when you're going like a really large area of distance. Which of course Merchant does a ton, Detective does a ton. To some degree, Leatherworker does too. Like pretty much all of Chapter 4 is like that. Most other chapters you don't really need it that much for though. Chapter 4 probably has the most amount of movement before you get your XP gains for anything in the chapter. Between Investigations, Merchant, and to some degree Leatherworker. Have some of the highest amount of movement if you're doing the full cycle for them. Forager does too, but it has a lot of close nodes. So you don't really need the map for that because your nodes that you're touching are your movement. So you never really need map movement. You're just always touching stuff in whatever room you're in as your movement. Whereas Merchant, Detective, and somewhat Leatherworker, they go really large areas where you are not touching nodes, but need to get to your nodes. Whereas Forager, even though it's going a large distance, your nodes are the movement. Like our navigation through basically every room is just click into next room, then click all the nodes, and that's all of our movement through the room, essentially. So I gotta remember, next potion, not this one, but next potion after this one, gotta drink at 11%. And it should be the second to last one we need to stream. Which means I need to go repair that number soon. Running a little low. That should be enough to last us tomorrow, though. Because how long are we really going for tomorrow? Probably like, what, 5-ish hours, probably? Because my only real goal for tomorrow, honestly, is just do Jade Monument. Because I feel like going for, you know what it is? Maybe we get to Bone Zone. I think that might be the goal. I think we try setting up Bone Zone. Not to do it on stream tomorrow, but to get to that area. Which basically means I need to get to level 46 tomorrow. So we need to do full Jade Monument and get to 46 tomorrow, I think would be the goal then. Because realistically, the only thing I needed tomorrow was Jade Monument, but we'll do Jade plus 46. Which isn't really that much more extra grind, but that makes it so when we passive into the following day, we'll be at Bone Zone into Tier 8. And then we'll be at the early stages of Tier 8 to go try on, what would that be, Saturday? These days, what, Thursday? So yeah, Saturday would be us getting Tier 8 then. Tomorrow's is kind of setting that up so we can get it nicely on that day. As well as doing Jade for Tier 7 completion. And then we only have 4 more to go. Tier 8 and Tier 9, double for each. And we'd have a fully completed monument. I haven't really looked into it yet, but someone was mentioning that you might be able to finish Monument before it's done. Because one thing I didn't put into consideration is, of course, the main thing that you get for, or when you do the Monument thing, is you gotta light the braziers, and that gives you your Venture slot. But I believe the braziers are built once you do Stone, so there might be a non-zero chance we can actually finish that at Stone in Tier 9. And it might not require the Jade. I assume it would still require the Jade, but I'm not sure. Based on what someone was saying the other day, it almost seems like we don't need the Jade upgrade. Oh no, we'll find out when we get there. I assume you do need Jade upgrade, and I'm still maxing Forager regardless if we do or don't. It really comes down to if we have access to the monument a little bit earlier or not. But I still plan to max regardless where it's at. Hey, I remembered to drink the 11%. Like, I think we interface walk into the next room and then do our EXP there. Because we should be able to get to Kelp and claim our EXP at the same time. Because we do need to grab Kelp here. It's going to be a little bit tight because we got to do it within like 4 or 5 tiles. Got to do it within 5 tiles, it looks like here. No, 6. We got to do it within 6 tiles. And we got it. Alright, that worked out perfectly. I wasn't sure because all the delays on both interface. Is there a delay before it pops up, delay before you can click the button, and delay before you can click the other button. I know we got there in time. Alright, 1 more knowledge point and we're there. Might not even need the knowledge point. Actually, you know what? Oh, no, never mind. Oh, yeah, I actually do need it. Because I'm using a +5. No, that wouldn't matter. I still want to do it, though, if we can. I want to save this final knowledge point for our next knowledge point we need to spend. I don't need it to do the passive because we're going to get +5. So that would give me the +2 I need. So the +5 is already covering it. However, I do want to get the last knowledge point onto the passive. Even though I don't need it for what we're going to be doing, I still want to have it just so we don't have to do it later. So that means we got to manually get to 40 from where we're at right now without using a knowledge point at all. That shouldn't be that bad, though. Might even get there before we get the knowledge point. But the next knowledge point we get, I want to use on the passive, not on the, on EXP. We're gonna dump it on the passive. Yeah, we might honestly get that level before I get a knowledge point. If I do, I gotta keep going. We gotta get one more knowledge point. Ah, maybe that's a good fishing bounty time. No. I think we're done with fishing bounties now. I had my fun with them. It's just not worth doing it on a gathering skill rather than a production skill. I'd rather go do cooking bounties real quick. So we can start pushing those final 2 levels. Like, if we get level 40, but I'm still a little bit of knowledge short, I might just go check our cooking bounties. Because I need to go that way anyways, because I need to go there to get the scrap metal. Also, I forgot to drop jade again. But I gotta go there anyways to go to scrap metal. So if I'm a little bit... If I get the level, but I'm still short on knowledge, I'm just gonna go do cooking bounty then. Because I already gotta go to town anyways to get over to that area. Wait, where'd I go wrong? Oh! I accidentally grabbed kelp instead of shell again. I'm gonna have to wait at the shell, or at the kelp for like 2 seconds. Hate when I do that. It's like the second or third time we made that mistake now. There's not much to repair it other than just wait a few extra seconds, unfortunately. Unfortunate. That does mean we're gonna have to wait like 2 or 3 seconds at that tile. While also only getting a kelp instead of shell, which is worth less in EXP and in how much we need it. Oh no. It really comes down to how much healing potions are we realistically using overall. Because it's still kind of hard to gauge, because we don't know what bossing will be like and everything. Because it's hard to gauge if we need more XP pots or more healing pots. Because we only know how good both of them are in the current state of the game. XP pots are likely not to get any stronger than they already are for the most part, but HP pots are kind of up in the air as far as their overall viability. Because right now their viability is kind of underwhelming, as damage boost is always better than healing currently. However, obviously there'll be content in the future where that might be relevant, like PvP, literally any boss ever, stuff like that. Where you would still need combat boost potions, but you would actually drink more healing per combat than you would boost. Because right now in an average fight, you would use 0 or 1 boost potions and 0 or 1 healing potions. But if you're using a boost potion, you don't generally need a healing. So for every boost potion you use is generally a healing potion you didn't need, while still gaining better speed. So that ratio in the current state of the game is better to have more boost than it is to have healing. But obviously that could change in the future. But right now, if you had to choose one or the other, having more boost is better than having more healing. Is why we're doing this route, by the way. Why we started grabbing these starfish. There's a lot of reasons why we're doing this route. But one of the reasons is it solves that issue. I'm getting more boost rather than healing from this. Every starfish is boost, every kelp is healing. And now we're getting like 50% more starfish rather than kelp. That's one of the other reasons why we switched over to this route. Aside from it being better XP per hour and better knowledge per hour, it's also better resource that I need per hour, oddly enough. As we need these starfish more than I need the kelp. Because we're grabbing 5 kelp for every 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For every 8 starfish. So we're almost gaining double. A little bit less. We're just under double the amount of starfish compared to healing potion. So we're getting about 2 times combats for every 1 healing, roughly. Almost. Which is good, because that's basically the ratio we need as well. Which works out so conveniently. Because that's about the ratio of healing to combat we kind of need. Ideally, the more combat, the better. But if you were to do some kind of ratio, 2 to 1's pretty solid. 2 combats for every 1 heal. Because at least in the current state of game, that's the ratio you need. But it could easily 180. Or bosses just require you to chug like 5 healing pots for only 1 combat. But no content like that is in the game at the moment. But obviously it could at some point. Oh, I forgot to click. I was like waiting for it to spawn rather than pre-clicking over there. Whoops. But yeah, we are going to get the knowledge beforehand, which means cooking break. I think. I don't know. We'll see where this goes. But I think this is our last lap, assuming we get the level. Then we'll go check our cooking bounties, go get a level off of that, or a knowledge point off of that, and then we'll go head to scrap metal. I just got to go grab the potion from the bank because I'm still using the fear from the other day. I go trade out this fear for +5 boost. And then we go AFK scrap metal. 5 levels earlier. And then, of course, tomorrow's plan is these little jade pieces I keep picking up 2 of and dropping on the ground. Tomorrow is go do jade monument. I think we need like 500 something pieces. There's like 500-ish. Which shouldn't take longer than like 2 hours if we're targeting it, but we are going to do it wide. With our main goal, I guess, being reaching 46 tomorrow. We're also doing jade monument, but we'll easily get jade monument down within there. Alright, I'm not going to bother with the XP potion here, I don't think. Oh no, we got downtime. We'll do it. It's only a 5%. Gotta waste some time anyways. Alright, and now we go bank, and it doesn't matter what we take here, so, I can do some kind of weird route if we wanted to near the end. Because I could grab the first shell if we really wanted to or something. And grab, like, double shell. Actually, do we have enough inventory for that? No. Alright, only 1 shell. I can even just grab the kelp if I want to here. Actually, I could just teleport away. Oh, no, I can't. It's still best to go to storage rift here. Because the other storage rift in town's pretty far away. Because we gotta go past the cooking place. Alright, so we got the level we wanted. I still need 11% more knowledge for our point, though. And to do that, we're just gonna check our chef bounty board and go do that. Excuse to go get a little bit of cooking. I gotta go that way anyways to go get to my passive anyways. So it kind of works out. Although I could always just go east from where we are right now. But we'll do our bounties for once. Deposit, withdraw, potion, boost. Give me those. Give me a couple just in case. Move to potion belt. Where am I going? Hopeport. Let's go say hi to cooking bounties. I haven't done these in a couple days because we've been so prioritized on fishing bounties. But now we're kind of pivoting back. Ignoring fishing and going for cooking. Let's go check out what we have. I just need 11%, so it shouldn't take that long. 1 single bounty would probably get it done. Alright, give me all those. Thank you. Been eating a lot of these lately. So many more dishes end up requiring them. Before I only had enough for the leek pies, but now you need them for like 5 different dishes almost or something. So many. Like almost every new dish uses this for some reason. Also, probably should check this first before I came over here, but oh well. Should check bounties and then went over there. Alright, what do we have? Chicken and leek pies. One of the last few times we can still do it, and that'll be all the knowledge we need. Perfect. I'll just do 2 stats and bank them all. And that should be all the knowledge I need. It's cook only. Perfect. Exactly what we wanted to see there. So we grab this, we grab this, we grab the leeks that are soon going to be useless. But I'm probably not going to sell them just because of the thing we were talking about earlier. I need to stop selling anything ever in our bank ever. Or is it going to keep everything there forever even if it's useless? Dude, I'm getting tired of losing money by selling things. We're just permanently going to keep everything in our bank forever, even if it's useless. Because they keep minusing too much gold from our account with like every update that ever comes around. First, it was like the 20,000 mines of Batubin potions. Then it was like our 50 gold from all of our grapes. So I'm just forever just keeping everything in the bank. Just don't touch anything. Alright, grab that, boom, grab that, boom, grab the last side of the leek, boom. Alright, grab all this, we're good to go. And then we'll go cook all these, and that should be task completed. And that should also be the knowledge point we need, of course. which is the main reason why we did this. So we could have done knowledge through anything. I just figured we'd say hi to the cooking bounties again. Those 2 levels aren't going to get themselves. We'll use a 5% here, why not? And then we go use the passive potion to go get to our passive. If anyone else has any other questions, anyone want to go over, let me know. Otherwise, we'll go bank these, head over to our passive, and tomorrow we'll go do Jade. We should be at level 42 by the time we come back. And then we go to Jade Monument. And our end goal will probably be 46. So that we could do Bone Zone into tier 8 on Saturday then. With tomorrow's goal just being 46 with Jade pieces. So a little bit of a less ambitious goal for once. But, yeah, we'll get that done tomorrow then. Still take at least several hours though. It's still gonna take like 4-ish hours. 3-4 hours. Whereas today was originally estimated to take about 6, but we got it done in under 5. That's crazy. We got it done in under 4 hours and 40 minutes. What I thought would originally take 6 hours, that we then calculated would take like 5 and like 15 minutes. Like 5 hours, 10 minutes or so. Only ended up taking 4 hours and 40 because of the new route. That's how much quicker the new route is. I think it actually is over 10% quicker than the previous route. It's pretty nice. No fishing XP though, unfortunately. I'm gonna grab this. That's what we wanted a knowledge point for, just so we don't need to do it later. So if I get knowledge off stream, I can just dump it straight into the skill. And now we go use our +5 boost to be able to do the scrap metal 5 levels early, so they have that for smithing down the line. Because my current 2 passives are really bad. It's just fishing bait and fishing bait. Where scrap metal is really good because it's smithing XP. Which is way better than fishing XP. Which we were just going to do with the venture anyways. We'll use these for first time bonus, but beyond that, they're useless. Whereas the scrap metal is something we're actually going to use for smithing down the line. For free XP. So I definitely got to do these. It's worth the cost of these potions for sure. Given that we already have them. We will eventually run out of these, but this is one like the perfect use cases of when you would want to use it. So we got to use it. And then we grab all of our scrap metal here. It would be great if we had oysters here too, but unfortunately no. And then we'll drink this and we'll go from tier 6 to tier 7. And we just have this guy chill here. We'll wait for the first time bonus. But anyways, guys, hope you all have a wonderful week, wonderful upcoming weekend. We will be back tomorrow around noon Eastern Standard Time with the main goal to go to Jade Monument and get right before the Bone Zone so that on Saturday we can go get tier 8 while doing Bone Zone and whatever else we do at the beginning of the level. You know, all the pond weed, all the bell plant. Also probably the first time we ever do pond weed for a duration on stream. Normally I just AFK them off stream, but similar to how tier 7 was the first time we did bell plant on stream, this will be the first time we ever do pond weed on stream, at least for like a long duration. Because we'll need to do it for at least a couple hours. Because we got to get at least 2 levels from here. Because we got to do 2 levels of pond weed until we can do bell plant. Which every single time so far has pretty much been off stream, but this will be the first time we actually get to stream it. It's nothing really much, it's just click 6 nodes. It's the issue that the Rax has in that regard. Except not as bad, because it has a tool bonus. But you just grab 6, grab 6, grab 6, grab 6, bank, grab 6, you know. It's just one of those loops. There's no like creative routing you do. You're just sitting in a room constantly taking 6 over and over again. Which is why I've been mostly doing them off stream at this point, but this will be the first time we actually have to do it on stream at tier 8, and probably at tier 9 just because of how long we have to do it for. But yeah, when we do that on Saturday, we will have to do it that way. But hey, at least a little bit of variation, so we're not at the beach, if nothing else. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week, wonderful weekend, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching. Oops, I keep forgetting. That's not end stream button. That's log out button. This is...